Chilling tales for dark nights.
Want to make sure you never miss a Chilling Tales for Dark Nights video again? Be sure to subscribe and hit that bell to turn on notifications.
Psychosis. By Dymerski. Narrated by Clement. Sunday. I'm not sure why I'm writing this down on paper and not my computer. I guess I've just noticed some odd things. It's not that I don't trust the computer. I just need to organize my thoughts. I need to get down all the details somewhere subjective, somewhere I know that what I write can't be deleted or changed. Not that that's happened. It's just everything blurs together here, and the fog of memory lends a strange cast to things. I'm starting to feel cramped in this small apartment. Maybe that's the problem. I just had to go and choose the cheapest apartment, the only one in the basement. The lack of windows down here makes day and night seem to slip by seamlessly. I haven't been out in a few days because I've been working on this programming project so intensively. I suppose I just wanted to get it done. Hours of sitting and staring at a monitor can make anyone feel strange, I know, but I don't think that's it. I'm not sure when I first started to feel like something was odd. I can't even define what it is. Maybe I just haven't talked to anyone in a while. That's the first thing that crept up on me. Everyone I normally talk to online while I program has been idle, or they simply not logged on at all. My instant messages go unanswered. The last email I got from anybody was a friend saying he talked to me when he got back from the store, but that was yesterday. I'd call with my cell phone, but reception's terrible down here. Yeah, that's it. I just need to call someone. I'm going to go outside. Well, that didn't work out so well. As the tingle of fear fades, I'm feeling a little ridiculous for being scared at all. I looked in the mirror before I went out, but I didn't shave the 2-day stubble I'd grown. I figured I was just going out for a quick cell phone call. I did change my shirt, though, because it was lunchtime, and I guess that I'd run into at least one person I knew. That didn't end up happening. Wish it did. When I went out, I opened the door to my small apartment slowly. A small feeling of apprehension had somehow already lodged itself in me for some indefinable reason. I chalked it up to having not spoken to anyone but myself for a day or two. I peered down the dingy gray hallway, made dingier by the fact that it was a basement hallway. On one end, a large metal door led to the building's furnace room. It was locked, of course. 2 dreary soda machines stood by it. I bought a soda from one the first day I moved in, but It had a 2-year-old expiration date. I'm fairly sure nobody knows those machines are even down here, or my cheap landlady just doesn't care to get them restocked. I closed my door softly and walked in the other direction, taking care not to make a sound. I have no idea why I chose to do that, but it was fun giving in to the strange impulse not to break the droning hum of the soda machines, at least for the moment. I got to the stairwell and took the stairs up to the building's front door. I looked through the heavy door's small square window and received quite the shock. It was definitely not lunchtime. City gloom hung over the dark street outside, and the traffic lights at the intersection in the distance blinked yellow. Dim clouds, purple and black from the glow of the city, hung overhead. Nothing moved, save the few sidewalk trees that shifted in the wind. I remember shivering, though I wasn't cold. Maybe it was the wind outside. I could vaguely hear it through the heavy metal door, and I knew it was that unique kind of late-night wind, the kind that was constant, cold, and quiet, save for the rhythmic music it made as it passed through countless unseen tree leaves. I decided not to go outside. Instead, I lifted my cell phone to the door's little window and checked the signal meter. The bars filled up the meter, and I smiled. Time to hear someone else's voice, I remember thinking, relieved. It was such a strange thing to be afraid of nothing. I shook my head, laughing at myself silently. I hit speed dial for my best friend Amy's number and held the phone up to my ear. It rang once, but then it stopped. Nothing happened. I listened to silence for a good 20 seconds, then hung up. I frowned and looked at the signal meter again. Still full. I went to dial her number again, but then my phone rang in my hand, startling me. I put it up to my ear. "Hello?" I asked, immediately fighting down a small shock at hearing my first spoken voice in days, even if it was my own. I'd gotten used to the droning hum of the building's inner workings, my computer and the soda machines in the hallway. There was no response to my greeting at first, but then, finally, a voice came.
"Hey,"
said a clear male voice, obviously of college age like me.
"Who's this?"
"John," I replied, confused.
"Oh, sorry. Wrong number."
He replied, then hung up. I lowered the phone slowly and leaned against the thick brick wall of the stairwell. That was strange. I looked at my received calls list, but the number was unfamiliar. Before I could think on it further, the phone rang loudly, shocking me yet again. This time, I looked at the caller before I answered. It was another unfamiliar number. This time, I held the phone up to my ear, but said nothing. I heard nothing but the general background noise of a phone. Then, a familiar voice broke my tension.
"John?"
Was the single word in Amy's voice. I breathed a sigh of relief. "Hey, it's you," I replied.
"Who else would it be?"
She responded.
"Oh, the number. I'm at a party on 7th Street, and my phone died just as you called me. This is someone else's phone, obviously."
"Oh, okay," I said.
"Where are you?"
She asked. My eyes glanced over to the drab, whitewashed cylinder block walls and the heavy metal door with its small window. "At my building," I sighed. "Just feeling cooped up. I didn't realize it was so late." she said, laughing. Nah, I don't feel like looking for some strange place by myself in the middle of the night, I said, looking out the window at the silent, windy street that secretly scared me just a tiny bit. I think I'm just gonna keep working or go to bed.
Nonsense!
She replied.
I can come get you. Your building is close to 7th Street, right?
How drunk are you? I asked lightheartedly. You know where I live.
Oh, of course.
She said abruptly.
I guess I can't get there by walking, huh?
You could if you wanted to waste half an hour, I told her.
Right.
She said.
Okay, have to go. Good luck with your work.
I lowered the phone once more, looking at the numbers flash as the call ended. Then the droning silence suddenly reasserted itself in my ears. The two strange calls in the eerie street outside just drove home my aloneness in this empty stairwell. Perhaps from having seen too many scary movies, I had the inexplicable idea that something could look in the door's window and see me, some sort of horrible entity that hovered at the edge of aloneness, just waiting to creep up on unsuspecting people that strayed too far from other human beings. I knew the fear was irrational, but nobody was around, so I jumped down the stairs, ran down the hallway into my room, and closed the door as swiftly as I could while still staying silent. Like I said, I feel a little ridiculous for being scared of nothing, and the fear has already faded. Writing this down helps a lot. It makes me realize that nothing is wrong. It filters out half-formed thoughts and fears and leaves only cold, hard facts. It's late. I got a call from the wrong number, and Amy's phone died, so she called me back from another number. Nothing strange is happening. Still, there was something a little off about that conversation. I know it could have just been the alcohol she'd had. Or was it even her that seemed off to me? Or was it... Yes, that was it. I didn't realize it until this moment, writing these things down. I knew writing things down would help. She said she was at a party, but I only heard silence in the background. Of course, that doesn't mean anything in particular, as she could have just gone outside to make the call. No, that couldn't be it either. I didn't hear the wind. I need to see if the wind is still blowing. Monday. I forgot to finish writing last night. I'm not sure what I expected to see when I ran up the stairwell and looked out the heavy metal door's window. I'm feeling ridiculous. Last night's fear seems hazy and unreasonable to me now. I can't wait to go out into the sunlight. I'm going to check my email, shave, shower, and finally get out of here. Wait, I think I heard something. It was thunder. That whole sunlight and fresh air thing didn't happen. I went out into the stairwell and up the stairs, only to find disappointment. The heavy metal door's little window showed only flowing water as torrential rain slammed against it. Only a very dim, gloomy light filtered in through the rain. But at least I knew it was daytime, even if it was a gray, sickly, wet day. I tried looking out of the window and waiting for lightning to illuminate the gloom, but The rain was too heavy, and I couldn't make out anything more than vague, weird shapes moving at odd angles in the waves washing down the window. Disappointed, I turned around, but I didn't want to go back to my room. Instead, I wandered further up the stairs, past the first floor and the second. The stairs ended at the third floor, the highest floor in the building. I looked through the glass that ran up the outer wall of the stairwell, but it was that warped, thick kind that scatters the light. Not that there was much to see through the rain to begin with. I opened the stairwell door and wandered down the hallway. The 10 or so thick wooden doors, painted blue a long time ago, were all closed. I listened as I walked, but it was the middle of the day, so I wasn't surprised that I heard nothing but the rain outside. As I stood there in the dim hallway, listening to the rain, I had the strange, fleeting impression that the doors were standing like silent granite monoliths, erected by some ancient, forgotten civilization for some unfathomable guardian purpose. Lightning flashed, and I could have sworn that, just for a moment, the old grainy blue wood looked just like rough stone. I laughed at myself for letting my imagination get the best of me. But then it occurred to me that the dim gloom and lightning must mean that there was a window somewhere in the hallway. A vague memory surfaced, and I suddenly recalled that the third floor had an alcove and an inset window halfway down the floor's hallway. Excited to look out into the rain and possibly see another human being, I quickly walked over to the alcove, finding the large, thin glass window. Rain washed down it as with the front door's window, but I could open this one. I reached a hand out to slide it open, but hesitated. I had the strangest feeling that if I opened that window, I would see something absolutely horrifying on the other side. Everything's been so odd lately. So I came up with a plan, and I came back here to get what I needed. I don't seriously think anything will come of it, but I'm bored, it's raining, and I'm going stir-crazy. I came back to get my webcam. The cord isn't long enough to reach the third floor by any means, so instead I'm going to hide it between the 2 soda machines in the dark end of the basement hallway. Run the wire along the wall and under my door, and put black duct tape over the wire to blend it in with the black plastic strip that runs along the base of the hallway's walls. I know this is silly, but I don't have anything better to do. Well, nothing happened. I propped open the hallway to stairwell door, steeled myself, then flung the heavy front door wide open and ran like hell down the stairs to my room and slammed the door. I watched the webcam on my computer intently, seeing the hallway outside my door and most of the stairwell. I'm watching it right now, and I don't see anything interesting. I just wish the camera's position was different so that I could see out the front door. Oh, hey, somebody's online. I got out an older, less functional webcam that I had in my closet to video chat with my friend online. I couldn't really explain to him why I wanted to video chat, but it felt good to see another person's face. He couldn't talk very long, and we didn't talk about anything meaningful, but I felt much better. My strange fear had almost passed. I would feel completely better, but there was something odd about our conversation. I know that I've said that everything has seemed odd, but still, he was very vague in his responses. I can't recall one specific thing that he said. No particular name, or place, or event. But he did ask for my email address to keep in touch. Wait. I just got an email. I'm about to go out. I just got an email from Amy that asked me to meet her for dinner at the place we usually go. I do love pizza, and I've just been eating random food from my poorly stocked fridge for days, so I can't wait. Again, I feel ridiculous about the odd couple of days I've been having. I should destroy this journal when I get back. Oh. Another email. Oh my god. I almost left the email and opened the door. I almost opened the door. But I read the email first. It was from a friend I hadn't heard from in a long time, and it was sent to a huge number of emails that must have been every person he had saved in his address list. It had no subject, and it said simply, "Seen with your own eyes. Don't trust them, they." What the hell is that supposed to mean? The words shock me, and I keep going over and over them. Is it a desperate email sent just as something happened? The words are obviously cut off without finishing. On any other day, I would have dismissed this as spam from a computer virus or something, but the words, "seen with your own eyes." I can't help but read over this journal and think back on the last few days and realize that I have not seen another person with my own eyes or talked to another person face to face. The webcam conversation with my friend was so strange, so vague, so eerie, now that I think about it. Was it eerie? Or is the fear clouding my memory? My mind toys with the progression of events I've written here, pointing out that I've not been presented with one single fact that I did not specifically give out unsuspectingly. The random wrong number that got my name, and the subsequent strange return call from Amy, the friend that asked for my email address. I messaged him first when I saw him online. And then I got my first email a few minutes after that conversation. Oh my god. That phone call with Amy. I said, over the phone, that I was within a half hour's walk of 7th Street. They know that I'm near here. What if they're trying to find me? Where is everyone else? Why haven't I seen or heard anyone else in days? No. This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. I need to calm down. This madness needs to end. I don't know what to think. I ran about my apartment furiously, holding my cell phone up to every corner to see if it got a signal through the heavy walls. Finally, in the tiny bathroom near one ceiling corner, I got a single bar. Holding my phone there, I sent a text message to every number in my list. Not wanting to betray anything about my unfounded fears, I simply sent, "You seen anyone face to face lately?" At that point, I just wanted any reply back. I didn't care what the reply was or if I embarrassed myself. I tried to call someone a few times, but I couldn't get my head up high enough, and if I brought my cell phone down even an inch, it lost signal. Then I remembered the computer and rushed over to it, instant messaging everyone online. Most were idle or away from their computer. Nobody responded. My messages grew more frantic, and I started telling people where I was and to stop by in person for a host of barely passable reasons. I didn't care about anything by that point. I just needed to see another person. I also tore apart my apartment, looking for something that I might have missed, some way to contact another human being without opening the door. I know it's crazy. I know it's unfounded, but what if? What if? I just need to be sure. I taped the phone to the ceiling, just in case. Tuesday. The phone rang. Exhausted from last night's rampage, I must have fallen asleep. I woke up to the phone ringing and ran into the bathroom, stood on the toilet, and flipped open the phone taped to the ceiling. It was Amy, and I feel so much better. She was really worried about me, and apparently had been trying to contact me since the last time I talked to her. She's coming over now, and yes, she knows where I am without me telling her. I feel so embarrassed. I'm definitely throwing this journal away before anyone sees it. I don't even know why I'm writing in it now. Maybe it's just because it's the only communication I've had at all since God knows when. I look like hell, too. I looked in the mirror before I came back in here. My eyes are sunken, my stubble is thicker, and I just look generally unhealthy. My apartment is trashed, but I'm not going to clean it up. I think someone else needs to see what I've been through. These past few days have not been normal. I am not one to imagine things. I know I have been the victim of extreme probability. I probably missed seeing another person a dozen times. I just happened to go out when it was late at night or the middle of the day when everyone was gone. Everything's perfectly fine. I know this now. Plus, I found something in the closet last night that has helped me tremendously. A television. I set it up just before I wrote this, and it's on in the background. Television has always been an escape for me, and it reminds me that there's a world beyond these dingy brick walls. I'm glad Amy's the only one that responded to me after last night's frantic pestering of everyone I could contact. She's been my best friend for years. She doesn't know it, but I count the day that I met her among one of the few moments of true happiness in my life. I remember that warm summer day fondly. It seems a different reality from this dark, rainy, lonely place. I feel like I spent days sitting in that playground, much too old to play, just talking with her and hanging around, doing nothing at all. I still feel like I can go back to that moment sometimes. And it reminds me that this damn place is not all that there is. Finally, a knock on the door. I thought it was odd that I couldn't see her through the camera I hid between the two soda machines. I figured that it was bad positioning, like when I couldn't see out the front door. I should have known. I should have known. After the knock, I yelled through the door jokingly that I had a camera between the soda machines, because I was embarrassed myself that I had taken this paranoia so far. After I did that, I saw her image walk over to the camera and look down at it. She smiled and waved.
Hey!
She said to the camera brightly, giving it a wry look. It's weird, I know, I said into the mic attached to my computer. I've had a weird few days.
Must have.
She replied.
Open the door, John.
I hesitated. How could I be sure? Hey, humor me a second here, I told her through the mic. Tell me one thing about us. Just prove to me that you're you. She gave the camera a weird look.
All right.
She said slowly, thinking.
We met randomly at a playground when we were both way too old to be there.
I sighed deeply as reality returned and fear faded. God, I've been so ridiculous. Of course it was Amy. That day wasn't anywhere in the world except in my memory. I'd never even mentioned it to anyone, not out of embarrassment, but out of a strange secret nostalgia and a longing for those days to return. If there was some unknown force at work trying to trick me, as I feared, there was no way that they could know that day. All right, I'll explain everything, I told her. Be right there. I ran to my small bathroom and fixed my hair as best I could. I looked like hell, but she would understand. Snickering at my own unbelievable behavior and the mess I'd made of the place, I walked to the door. I put my hand on the doorknob and gave the mess one last look. So ridiculous, I thought. My eyes traced over the half-eaten food lying on the ground, the overflowing trash bin, and the bed that I've tipped to the side looking for God knows what. I almost turned to the door and opened it. But my eyes fell on one last thing. The old webcam. The one I used for that eerily vacant chat with my friend. Its silent black sphere lay haphazardly tossed to the side, its lens pointed at the table where this journal lay. An overwhelming terror took me as I realized that if something could see through that camera, it would have seen what I just wrote about that day. I asked her for any one thing about us, and she chose the only thing in the world that I thought they, or it, did not know. But it did. It did know. It could have been watching me the whole time. I didn't open the door.
No.
I screamed. I screamed in uncontrollable terror. I stomped on the old webcam on the floor. The door shook, and the doorknob tried to turn, but I didn't hear Amy's voice through the door. Was the basement door, made to keep out drafts, too thick? Or was Amy not outside? What could have been trying to get in, if not her? What the hell is out there? I saw her on my computer through the camera outside. I heard her on the speakers through the camera outside. But was it real? How could I know? She's gone now. I screamed and shouted for help. I piled up everything in my apartment against the front door. Friday. At least, I think that it's Friday. I broke everything electronic. I smashed my computer to pieces. Every single thing on there could have been accessed by network access, or worse, altered. I'm a programmer. I know. Every little piece of information I gave out since this started, my name, my email, my location, none of it came back from outside until I gave it out. I've been going over and over what I wrote. I've been pacing back and forth, alternating between stark terror and overpowering disbelief. Sometimes I'm absolutely certain some phantom entity is dead set on the simple goal of getting me to go outside. Back to the beginning, with the phone call from Amy, she was effectively asking me to open the door and go outside. I kept running it through my head. One point of view says I've acted like a madman, and all of this is extreme convergence of probability. Never going outside at the right times by pure luck, never seeing another person by pure chance, getting a random nonsense email from some computer virus just at the right time. The other point of view says that extreme convergence of probability is the reason that whatever's out there hasn't gotten me already. I keep thinking, I never opened the window on the 3rd floor. I never opened the front door until that incredibly stupid stunt with the hidden camera, after which I ran straight to my room and slammed the door. I haven't opened my own solid door since I flung open the front door of the building. Whatever's out there, if anything's out there, never made an appearance in the building before I opened the front door. Maybe the reason it wasn't in the building already was that it was elsewhere, getting everyone else. And then it waited until I betrayed my existence by trying to call Amy. A call which didn't work until it called me and asked me my name. Terror literally overwhelms me every time I try to fit the pieces of this nightmare together. That email, short, cut off, was it from someone trying to get word out? Some friendly voice desperately trying to warn me before it came? Seen with my own eyes, don't trust them. Exactly what I've been so suspicious of. It could have masterful control of all things electronic, practicing its insidious deception to trick me into coming outside. Why can't it get in? It knocked on the door. It must have some solid presence. The door. The image of those doors in the upper hallway as guardian monoliths flashes back in my mind every time I trace this path of thoughts. If there is some phantom entity trying to get me to go outside, maybe it can't get through doors. I keep thinking back over all the books I've read or movies I've seen, trying to generate some explanation for this. Doors have always been such intense foci for human imagination, always seen as wards or portals of special importance. Or perhaps the door is just too thick. I know that I couldn't bash my way through any of the doors in this building, let alone the heavy basement ones. Aside from that, the real question is, why does it even want me? If it just wanted to kill me, it could do it any number of ways, including just waiting until I starve to death. Wait, what if it doesn't want to kill me? What if it has some far more horrific fate in store for me? God, what can I do to escape this nightmare? A knock on the door. I told the people on the other side of the door that I need a minute to think and I'll come out. I'm really just writing this down so I can figure out what to do. At least this time I heard their voices. My paranoia. And yes, I recognize I'm being paranoid. It has me thinking of all sorts of ways that their voices could be faked electronically. There could be nothing but speakers outside, simulating human voices. Did it really take them 3 days to come to talk to me? Amy is supposedly out there along with 2 policemen and a psychiatrist. Maybe it took them 3 days to think of what to say to me. The psychiatrist's claim could be pretty convincing. If I decided to think this has all been a crazy misunderstanding, and not some entity trying to trick me into opening the door. The psychiatrist had an older voice, authoritarian yet still caring. I liked it. I'm desperate just to see someone with my own eyes. He said, I have something called cyber psychosis, and I'm just one of a nationwide epidemic of thousands of people having breakdowns triggered by a suggestive email that got through somehow. I swear, he said, got through somehow. I think that means spread throughout the country inexplicably, but I'm incredibly suspicious that the entity slipped up and revealed something. He said I'm part of a wave of emergent behavior, that a lot of other people are having the same problem with the same fears, even though we've never communicated. That neatly explains the strange email about eyes that I got. I didn't get the original triggering email. I got a descendant of it. My friend could have broken down too and tried to warn everyone he knew against his paranoid fears. That's how the problem spreads, the psychiatrist claims. I could have spread it too with my texts and instant messages online to everyone I know. One of those people might be melting down right now after being triggered by something I sent them, something they might interpret any way that they want. Something like a text saying, "Seen anyone face to face lately?" The psychiatrist told me that he didn't want to lose another one, that people like me are intelligent, and that's our downfall. We draw connections so well that we draw them even when they shouldn't be there. He said it's easy to get caught up in paranoia in our fast-paced world, a constantly changing place where more and more of our interaction is simulated. I have to give him one thing. It's a great explanation. It neatly explains everything. It perfectly explains everything, in fact. I have every reason to shake off this nightmarish fear that something or consciousness or being out there wants me to open the door so it can capture me for some horrible fate worse than death. It would be foolish, after hearing that explanation, to stay in here until I starve to death just to spite the entity that might have got everyone else. It would be foolish to think that, after hearing that explanation, I might be one of the last people left alive on an empty world, hiding in my secure basement room, spiting some unthinkable deceptive entity just by refusing to be captured. It's a perfect explanation for every single strange thing I've seen or heard, and I have every reason in the world to let all of my fears go and open the door. That's exactly why I'm not going to. How can I be sure? How can I know what's real and what's deception? All of these damn things with their wires and their signals that originate from some unseen origin, they're not real. I can't be sure. Signals through a camera, faked video, deceptive phone calls, emails, even the television lying broken on the floor. How can I possibly know it's real? It's just signals, waves, light. The door. It's bashing on the door. It's trying to get in. What insane mechanical contrivance could it be using to simulate the sound of men attacking the heavy woods so well? At least I'll finally see it with my own eyes. There's nothing left in here for it to deceive me with. I've ripped apart everything else. It can't deceive my eyes, can it? Seen with your own eyes, don't trust them. Wait. Was that desperate message telling me to trust my eyes? Or warning me about my eyes too? Oh my god. What's the difference between a camera and my eyes? They both turn light into electrical signals. They're the same. I can't be deceived. I have to be sure. Date unknown. I calmly asked for paper and a pen, day in and day out, until it finally gave them to me. Not that it matters. What am I gonna do? Poke my eyes out? The bandages feel like part of me now. The pain is gone. I figure this will be one of my last chances to write legibly. As without my sight to correct mistakes, my hands will slowly forget the motions involved. This is a sort of self-indulgence, this writing. It's a relic of another time. Because I'm certain everyone left in the world is dead. Or something far worse. I sit against the padded wall, day in and day out. The entity brings me food and water. It masks itself as a kind of nurse, as an unsympathetic doctor. I think it knows that my hearing is sharpened considerably now that I live in darkness. It fakes conversations in the hallways on the off chance that I might overhear. One of the nurses talks about having a baby soon. One of the doctors lost his wife in a car accident. None of it matters. None of it is real. None of it gets to me. Not like she does. That's the worst part. The part I almost can't handle. The thing comes to me, masquerading as Amy. Its recreation is perfect. It sounds exactly like Amy. Feels exactly like her. It even produces a reasonable facsimile of tears that it makes me feel on its lifelike cheeks. When it first dragged me here, it told me all the things I wanted to hear. It told me that she loved me. That she had always loved me. And it didn't understand why I did this. We could still have a life together. If only I would stop insisting that I was being deceived. It wanted me to believe. No. It needed me to believe that she was real. I almost fell for it. I really did. I doubted myself for the longest time. In the end, though, it was all too perfect, too flawless, too real. The false Amy used to come every day, and then every week, and finally stopped coming altogether. But I don't think the entity will give up. I think the waiting game is just another one of its gambits. I will resist it for the rest of my life, if I have to. I don't know what happened to the rest of the world, but I do know that this thing needs me to fall for its deceptions. If it needs that, then maybe, just maybe, I am a thorn in its agenda. Maybe Amy's still alive out there somewhere. Kept alive only by my will to resist the deceiver. I hold on to that hope, rocking back and forth in my cell to pass the time. I will never give in. I will never break. I am a hero.
The doctor read the paper the patient had scribbled on. It was barely readable, written in the shaky script of one who could not see. He wanted to smile at the man's steadfast resolve, a reminder of the human will to survive, but he knew that the patient was completely delusional. After all, a sane man would have fallen for the deception long ago. The doctor wanted to smile. He wanted to whisper words of encouragement to the delusional man. He wanted to scream. But the nerve filaments wrapped around his head and into his eyes made him do otherwise. His body walked into the cell like a puppet and told the patient once more that he was wrong. And there was nobody trying to deceive him.
Hysteria by Mitch Green, narrated by Otis Jiry. She eradicates every living cell in my body to fracture. A bomb affair of grand attraction. The moist, soft skin that has wrapped her bones controls me, like some physical and emotional possession in which I cannot begin to decipher nor begin to understand. The arch that moves into her neck glistens like wet pavement, so erotic, emotive, and how her breasts beat to the sound of breathless screams. I didn't want to stop. I hadn't since I slid it inside her warmth, a connective energy that expressed the provocative exhibit of her form. From the length of her toes to the dynamic design of her thighs, transcending into the sexual bash of mortal vulnerability, I came to realize superb seduction at its finest. It wasn't the glow or the hue of her vibrating flesh, or even the stylish way she molded her figure between mine. No, for I saw the desire drawn in the whites of her eyes, the raspberry smears of her cheeks, and the wide lips deafening my name. I wanted to climb inside her mouth, breach the plausible threshold of intimacy, and fulfill this suffocating appetite to infuse my every being with hers. Was it so difficult? My knowledge of such knew better, but it didn't restrict my ambition from pulling apart her legs even further. Her instructions were demanding. The oval gasps, breathing perfume to become my own. A toxic aroma transfixing me into total, and I mean total, hysteria. I felt her full weight thrive from above, pinning me into the leather seat, with her breasts curved back, hands gripping the edges of the steering wheel, and her knees positioned underneath my arms. I was binging on the fumes, breathing from her talent, faster and faster, allowing for brief wisps of cool wind to snuff the flame raging between us. Over and over until I drifted into utter bliss. The surreal release of humanity that births in gripping desire, overwhelming me into a haze. And just like that, it was over. Done. Her body slipping away. No more connective flow. No chemistry to in-tune our souls. Nothing. Just the aftermath of pulsating remembrance and the scent of her rich sweat. I always park a fair distance from the main road, back behind a family of trees, in between the growth of black and green, and always when the sun was beneath the earth. I never wanted them to leave. Falling in love night after night began to become something far greater than a foul burden, an intimate addiction. It had evolved into a vice, a living and breathing sexual vice. As she sat there beside me, just like all the others, bare flesh struggling with the clasp of her bra, I felt the need to not let her go, my inner monstrosity bleeding through, consuming my moral good. Shades took over her flesh as she slipped on cheap lace, a wardrobe too skeptical and off-putting for the structure of flawless mortality. Was it wrong of me to want to make her mine? Fucking her wasn't enough. I wanted her to belong, exist with me, in this space beside me, forever. She never once smiled at me again after that, as all the others did. She just kept her face down, as if she had never met me, a perfect stranger, a stranger who had just shared a physical bond with her, a nude wanderer. Now shame? Why would I even waste time paying her? She didn't deserve it. Who would even lower their personal worth to printed paper? It is pathetic. Poor whore. Poor beauty queen who bloomed sour. I could give her so much more. The path of liberation, freedom into this wicked realm. She sat there waiting, tucking back the curls of orange behind her right ear. I never heard once her voice, only the gushing tones of her pacing moans, which continued to play over and over in my head, like a loud echo in a vacant vault. And louder it would become with my asking for one more. She giggled and huffed, as all the others, informing me of the extra charge, but I didn't mind. Money was the furthest from my mind. Like clockwork, she took it off, glowing hair collapsing over the arc of her shoulders and down to the bend of damp hips. She spaced apart the pink, instructing my participation, smiling once again. What an act. A model of filth to arouse the wants of a weak society, and I was the pawn, the trophy. I inhaled her like cocaine, tantalizing the squeaks to itch from her throat, ingesting the bitter substance like a cannibalistic artist. With her eyes closed, I was once again in control, the coordinator, a dominant force to maintain this moment and stabilize her quivering frame. Sex. It's odd in itself, rather animalistic than civil, quite unorganized in its manner, or the approach of my nature. I enjoy peeling them back from spirit to heart, learning their weaknesses, desires, dreams, those dark secrets that haunt them. This beauty, by chance, gave me nothing, not even her full name, so imagine my curiosity to why she wouldn't open up. I think it's all in equality of her to give back to me emotionally. I need that. I crave that. But she just undresses. The edge of her chin howled at the moon, revving to propel through the fog-swiped glass, thrusting violently. She was more than worth my time. How her wet corners charged my feed and hooked me into the turmoil of fatal relentlessness. It must have been a message for me to carry on, for her to be the one. I had surely left teeth marks in the crease of her hip. I could taste the blood, almost as if I had placed a penny on the surface of my tongue and savored the tart coating. It was like that, but with a punch to my sensual perversion, furthering my interest up and into her throat. The smooth skin skimming beneath my palms, around solid limits that progressed perfection. I wanted to taste her forever. A fervorish fantasy is all. Some lust that had dwelled over time and blindsided my intention of ever drawing this close, this attracted. Into the deep end I had sunk, suffocating on the chlorine of her charm, which had induced me into an endless depth, a forbidden void that even myself never once experienced. But it was happening. I gently bit the shine of her cheek, my fingers forming a cast around her neck, with bold eyes growing into mine as I squeezed and squeezed, accepting the gush between my legs to return living color to her face. She shook like the recoil of an earthquake, and it drove me to lose myself a second time. The dance of selfish need had finally been relieved, and I fell back against the door to focus on what I had just done. In some standpoints, it would have been artistic, even revolutionary, as she lied there exposed, still framed with the circles in her eyes frozen, faded, blurred by boiling streams that slid down to repaint the peach wash of her flesh. It was silent. The ambiance of the seated interior spawned a static, growing into the only sound heard, along with a muffled cage of hyperventilation. Control never felt so good. It was like these anxious lungs had become purged and made anew with ice, an eternal fix to transform me from the bare condition into a state of eased conscience. Clear in thought, I placed my palm against her chest, feeling nothing, not even the warmth of her build, not the rising nor falling, not even the clammy moisture. The world spun to stone, in full tilt, winding my perception to twist and whirl around and around, vertigo crashing my senses. Revulsion, perversion, beautifully situated measurements rounded into the curved end of 5 separated perfections. I could scream. The mixed ideology of pleasure and disgust scratched similarities into my brain. A vile but sadistically flawless feat that had sculpted from my quivering hands. What strength! There were still the minute physical reflections of those past few seconds, where she rumbled beneath me on fire, parts of her still shimmering beneath the soft cuts of her breasts, the outward thriving lines cast from her seam, and the spot just above her famed collar, above the purple clasp. In this destined patch of the world where the bowels of dusk have swallowed over and nothing is seen, not the dim patch of the earth or even the sinewy shade of the overlapping oaks, I have made us a home, a little section cut out, somewhere to bury the weight of her deep freezing frame. Over my shoulders I pulled her, having to exhale her thick tufts of curls, tickling the tip of my nose. Still adorable, still full of charm, even after shifted blue. The repetitive chirping rang from the open car door, but failed in persistence of the distance as I carted her out even deeper, where the trail of the thick had not yet been tracked, into an expanded yet drawn-together piece of land between a moss-cradle tree and a risen mound. My knees buckled as I dropped down, lowering her over and down, shakes of dirt now sprinkled over caged lashes. Another time did I listen for a thud, a beating shudder, but with the funnel of my ear, nothing. The emotive relic had timed out. I told her not to move, that she would be fine here in this place, in this area of overgrown mass. How insane must I have sounded to the nestled life above? How out of my mind was I to reassure a corpse of her safety? It felt so right, so on point to the matter of belonging. Her flesh couldn't leave me now. Never would she share those legs again. I bound them with rope. I wrapped my naked width around her for a last time, feeling the stiff bumps of her chest against mine, and the weakened warmth, enough to only cause a chill. If thought to see this moment as my motive all along, I wouldn't have been surprised, for they all enticed me in such ways, teasing out the raw nature of my hidden persona. I loved them. I fucking worshipped their ignorance, their bliss, the way they would bite their tongue and look me in the eyes, queens of obsession. But for how long? It only ever lasted for an hour at best, and even then it would take a certain level of skill to become familiar with each of them. Sentencing up sexuality takes time, patience, an element of my design which I never acquired. And ever so would time slip and I'd be left there without that connection, that bond. But not that night, as I sat there on the heels of my feet, cupped into the soil above her. I felt not only the chirping breeze lick the sides of my neck, but the surreal realization of an instance, confiding within me reason of being, a reason for the pallid angel adapting to mask similar aspects of a chunk of cold stone, lying just above the surface of warm culture. A society beneath roots to nourish their husks with decomposition. That earthly cycle repeating over and over, as it would soon do again. With me to witness, construct the entombment of such. Something so elegantly crafted is never easily put away, pushed beneath the gray salt. But it would have to be done, and soon, for the longer I waited, the quicker would the wax of her cheeks spoil. My thoughts began to reel, inhaling the pressure of the scene, both nerve-rending and provocative, as I lifted my lips from hers. I pried from inside my own breaking thoughts and moved from the grave to the rear of my car, taillights glowing in rich boldness, dousing me in red. The bags were shuffled about, mostly magazines, a spare of circular tread, and a shovel. I kept it beneath the veil of illusion. Humanity falters in hope, cutting off the only supply of our empathetic sense. I had that, or once had it. But life opens you up into a field of monstrosity. It really molds you into the person that you have always hated or dreamed to be. However far the scale falls, I knew I wasn't upon the sympathetic extent. Somewhere placed unevenly inside my chest were the missing pieces of my soul. Maybe a bit psychotic, definitely neurotic, and the same goes to the erotic taste scorching the edge of my tongue. Love is blind, but not as blind as the voices peering past my reserve. A flit switch shifting my track of moral expression, giving no hope to the man inside these soaked socks, fleshed to the temples of my skull. Perhaps what I desired most was disappointment. The lack of ever fully understanding the human condition inside their pouring eyes, never the magnetized fetish that linked two people together. I was the lost, the damned, the object of unattraction. And here I stood, flaccid above her silent frame, with the wooden spade interloped between my arms and against the curves of my spine. Looking down at her one more time, just once more before I thrust it into the dampened soil beside her. Washed from toes to knees in grub food, cooling rather and strangely revitalizing. It drove the wetness out from the cords of my hair to splash onto the outer cuff of tightened knuckles, bruised, purpled, fading into a pallid glow as each slash of earth was carted out. Another hack and I was done, the hole deep enough, wide in room to fit her comfortably. How would she look beneath the leveled sand? I am sure the earth will take her matter and mold a transcendent garden, golds and purples, bright in their birth to idolize her giving flesh, even the crystallized streams of her eyes, so vital to their healthy existence. My arms veined, legs scuffing toe cuts into the dirt, the smell of rotting perfume, and the feel of her chilled ankles gripped under my fingers. It was all for something, a cause of freedom, my self-made eradication of all the boiling transgression inside. Should I have modified a better path of life? A release of all this morbid bidding, only to reassemble myself into the model man? I hadn't the stomach. The ironic recognition of my current act stands to show how far I've slipped. I climbed down and heaved her onto me so that I not only could feel her hair among my chest, but also weight upon mine, warm versus cold. It made my sexual crave cringe. For a few moments, I didn't move. lied beneath her, wrapping my smeared arms around her quiet ribs, holding her into me, fondling the forever perfective sculpture of her hips. I remember dozing off. The exhausted exercise of sex and murder had took its toll, and my eyes could no longer outlive the resistance. Neither the taste of dirt in my mouth, which choked me into a wake, or the movement upon me, freely, lashing into utter fucking madness. My eyes peeled back into exaggeration, swiping back and forth, but fixating on her wheezing chest as it flared in and out, beneath the outline of her shoulders sliding down, straight, yet directed up towards my face. The crown of her head rounded just beneath my stomach, buried into it, as if she was trying to fit inside. A heated gust against my skin, dawning me to panic. The impossible, insanity of events had reversed the temp of her flesh. No longer cased in ice, she huffed, gasped, even moaned in guttural bursts, the cusp of her nose smudging down into my thigh. In an instant, all had changed. In mere seconds, the situation lended itself to fit my horror, bleeding the edges of her teeth to carve into my meat. Exhilarating, sensually vivid, smashing a scream to bash open my voice, an acute chomp thriving me to push her off, with my hands finding the end of a trusted shovel. The whites in her eyes had been expelled, pressed inside the ripped polish, no longer waxed in smoothness, shredded to the crease of frayed lips, over chattering teeth, washed in the shade of my leg, but only before the narrow end of grooved metal struck. I wanted to scream again, puke, pack my wound in painkillers just enough to quench its throbbing burn. A fire flooding down into my weakened shin. Out I climbed, using the dripping tool as support, spitting tufts of grit from the back of my tongue, but never fully draining the bitter taste. My mind whirled around in a fog, my stance brought to a limp, and the horror of her sporadic expressions continued to flash behind my eyes like zipping road signs. There, from the other side of the brush, I saw the shape of my car, almost invisible in the veil of blackness, sitting, waiting. Every muscle began to ache, in unison with the pace of my stride, wincing the curves of my lips into stretching marks, a hindrance of concentration. I didn't bother closing the trunk, only the motion of tossing my mass behind the wheel into the loft of seclusion, all alone, in my head, where reality finally breached. A payback scenario spanning out in my mind as a foolish fault of my own. The image of her revitalized corpse haunted me over and over as I relived the abrupt images of her snatching face, dripping in gore. Between the colorful pieces of our strewn fashion, I found the keys, turned the ignition, and waited for the engine to roar in sputtering failure. Churning silence. Rhythmic cries came from the hood, mechanical resuscitation slicing wide the ambiance of the timberland. Over and over I tried, the tips of my fingers growing numb in my bare toes, already unrecognizable by the mud, and blood ached in pained pinches. Thrashing behind the wheel, the earth beneath me, to the deep skies above me, and all around began to tremor, wildly wrecking the stability of equal ground. Among the sounds of streaking slaps, fogging the distinction of clawing hands, I saw silhouettes of 9 faces press against the glass, their expressions blurred into smears. Faded in mass, multitudes of crawling, groaning shades folded over, caving in the roof, the hood, even the doors that weren't even locked. all buckling down and beside my frantic frame, screaming in full capacity of all that I could exhibit. There were no more than 20, but all less than 15, all average in height, with the matted tissues of their lips held together by the seam of long swaying hair, beautifully pinned with the glow of black and blonde. Bare breasts curving down to the direction of irregular knees, and up around a throat bleached in fingerprints, eyeless. Their cheeks still bled, like a rainstorm of red splashing in. Squeezing through, I became joined at the only vacant space in the car, constantly rocking, breaking. I felt their hands and arms tear off my legs, pull apart my chest, and dig deep into the core of my humanity. United. I have never felt this close, physically nor emotionally. A connective energy, bonding us together upon the breached limitation of ultimate intimacy.
James was back, and Shelley was happy. After all, so many hadn't been lucky enough to get their husbands back. Rita Clarence lived just 2 houses down, and hadn't Shelley been looking out the window right at the time that the government issue Ford had driven up and the army men had gotten out, straightened their uniforms, and walked up to Rita's door? And she wasn't the only one. Shelley personally knew a dozen other wives, widows now, she thought, in Pacific Grove, who had gotten notice that their husbands were dead in the jungle somewhere, and she knew that there were many others besides those. But never her. She had spent day after day at the window, hands resting on her gradually growing belly, waiting for that car to stop in front of their small house, but it had never come. Time had slowly marched by, and even though James's last letter had been months earlier, no car had come. At least, not the car that she had been expecting. And then, one day, months later in mid-July, when a car had come, and James himself had stepped out of the back, hadn't her emotions done a slight sidestep? Hadn't her expected and prepared grief felt a bit stolen from her, as if someone had played a little joke? It had been fleeting, and true relief had flooded her as she yanked the door open and flew down the steps to him, but that feeling of being tricked was still in there, like a small pebble in her shoe. The feeling of being tricked, and the seed of something else as well. The knowledge that she now had a problem, one that she did not know how to handle, because the months didn't add up properly, and she wouldn't be able to hide it forever. So James was back, and that meant that she was happy. Of course she was happy. She had gone from a newlywed at 18 to a soldier's wife, to a pregnant soldier's wife, to a possible widow, and to a single mother in the span of 20 months. She had been excited to get married, especially to James, who was tall and handsome. She had thrived on how she was suddenly the center of attention among her friends, the first one to be engaged. She was doted on at every step of the wedding planning, and that in itself was more intoxicating than the thought of actually getting married. It had all been like a dream, and just when she had started to feel bored with the whole thing, several months after she had gone from Shelley Leonetti to Shelley Hartford, James's number had come up, and off he'd gone to fight in the war. She had cried, and she honestly did miss him, but she wasn't terribly broken up about it. Being the wife of a soldier made her special again, in a different way, and there were plenty of ways to stay busy while he was gone. Plenty of people who wanted to give her some attention. And she had just enough time to get used to the thought of this new routine being the shape of her life, for better or for worse. And then things had changed again. James was back. He wasn't dead in some tunnel or rotting in a POW camp in the Far East. He was back, and miraculously he was uninjured. At least he was uninjured physically. There was something different about him, though, and Shelley had noticed it right away. She didn't have a word for it at the time, but she would 2 years later, in 1975, when she was talking to a television salesman at the Sears and Roebuck in Monterey. They were no longer living in Pacific Grove by that point, and had a small house within the main city limits. James was doing well at the dealership, and money wasn't terrible. So when their small black and white Zenith had broken, Shelley didn't think twice about going to buy a replacement. The salesman was showing her a Sony color model, and though Shelley wasn't exactly thrilled at the idea of buying from a Japanese company, she did have to admit it looked good. The only rub was that this particular display television must have been mistreated by the shopping public, and the audio and picture weren't quite on the same page. It was a small thing, and the salesman assured her that the one she brought home wouldn't have the problem. "It's a solid television, ma'am, and your family will love it. This one just took a bit of a fall earlier today, and that's why it's slightly desynchronized." Desynchronized. That was the word. On the television, it was so slight that you almost wouldn't notice it after you watched it for a minute. But it was always there. The mouth would move, and the voice would issue a fraction of a second later. What made it eerie was that it was almost perfect. The picture and the audio were both exactly as they should be, but in the end they didn't line up. It made everything feel like an imitation of reality instead of an actual portrayal of reality. It was like going to see a play and sitting in just the right seat where you could sometimes see the black-clad crew behind the baffling on the side of the stage as they were running rigging or preparing props for the actors. In that context, the suspension of disbelief that all plays, movies, and television relied on was dented slightly. You were aware of being an audience member, someone to whom a story was being told, and that the telling of that story was there to influence you somehow, to make you feel happy or sad, intrigued or afraid, that you were being manipulated. Shelley had ended up buying the Sony, or rather a new television of the same model without that strange decoupling of audio and visuals. She had taken it home to James and little Brandon, 2 years old now. James had set it up in a jiffy, and they had both watched The $6 Million Man in glorious color that night after they had finished dinner and Brandon was in bed. It had been a fine evening, but Shelley had looked over at her husband midway through the show, watching him as he watched Steve Austin fighting for America, and she had thought of that word again. Desynchronized. She had first noticed it shortly after James had stepped into their house from the army car, back for the first time in a year. When she had stopped hugging him on the front yard, they had gone inside so that he could meet Brandon, 2 months old and brand new in the world. James had been back in her life for all of 3 minutes, and already she could feel her relief at his return slipping aside, giving way to worry. Worry that he would know. Worry about what he would do when he did know. She had led him to the small nursery with its new paint job, courtesy of Tim Matheson, and the paint wasn't his only contribution to the nursery, and to the side of Brandon's crib. James had stood there for a moment, silent and expressionless as he looked down into the crib, and the only thought in Shelley's mind was that he knew. That it was either the shape of the eyes, or the positioning of the cheekbones, or the slope of the brow, but that whatever it was, he somehow knew. The thought had just enough time to take traction in her mind, and she actually began to open her mouth to say something, to give voice to some excuse or explanation. And then James's face had softened, and he said, "Oh, baby, he's beautiful." He had leaned into Brandon's crib to carefully scoop him up, and relief flooded into Shelley's body for the second time that day. And now, watching James as he watched The $6 Million Man 2 years after the day he had come home, she could finally be honest with herself. The relief at not being found out was greater than the relief of learning that her husband was still alive. Tinged with bitterness, but greater nonetheless. At the time, Shelley had quickly moved past James's hesitation, chalking it up to the whirlwind of leaving a war zone to come home, and suddenly seeing your child for the first time. She had moved past it, but she had not forgotten. The next several weeks had been a bit of an adjustment, but nothing had happened that she couldn't attribute to James simply acclimating back to civilized life. He slept a lot, and even though he had never been someone that drank to excess, he had apparently given up alcohol entirely. She had asked him about this, and he told her, "I don't know, it just tastes different now." She sometimes heard him talking in his sleep, which he had never done before. These were mainly inarticulate vocalizations, but she caught names here and there like Tom and Bevington, and one that she thought was Big John. One afternoon, she was walking down the hall, a full basket of clean laundry to be folded in her arms, when she heard him crying from inside the bedroom. The door was ajar, and she nudged it open with her foot to see him lying on his back, eyes closed, and hands folded on his chest, while he quietly sobbed. She was about to leave to put the laundry down when she heard his breath catch in his throat, and then he spoke, voice wavering but clear as day. "This wasn't what I signed up for." Shelley thought that he had woken up and was speaking to her. She quietly called his name, but he didn't answer, and she decided that he was still asleep after all. Still, that stuck with her for a while as she folded laundry. James hadn't signed up for anything. He had been drafted. But then Brandon was crying, and she had to abandon both the laundry and this small mystery to tend to him. It seemed like something was always pulling her away from what she was doing and making life difficult. During the times when James was awake, his behavior was close to normal. He had always been a quiet man, and even though he seemed slightly more muted than usual, and with that occasional hesitation, Shelley caught herself thinking that whatever it was he had seen and done in Vietnam, he was managing quite well to put it behind him. Several weeks after his return, the neighborhood had thrown a welcome home barbecue for him. She was actually surprised by the turnout. Almost all of their neighbors were there, as well as some of James's friends from school. The crowd was so large that Shelley didn't even recognize all of them. James had been pleasant and conversational with everyone, and Shelley hadn't noticed more than the slightest standoffishness from him. That being said, Shelley had been more focused on her own behavior, making sure that she and Tim Matheson both expressed just the correct amount of friendly acquaintance between them. They had done quite well, in her opinion, except for one brief moment when they had gone into the house together for the stated purpose of Tim helping her bring out several bags of ice for the cooler. If this had been a year earlier, Tim, who was always handsy when alone with her, would have taken the opportunity to run his hand up the inside of her thigh or over the rear of her jeans. But the situation had changed now, hadn't it? As soon as they were inside with the patio door closed behind them, he had said to her, "I need to see him." Before she could answer, he had turned and started walking down the hall towards the nursery, Shelley calling after him as loudly as she dared to stop, that this wasn't the time, that people were going to find out if they weren't careful. Sparing a quick glance out the window to make sure no one else was heading inside, Shelley had followed after him. When she got to the nursery, he had been standing next to the crib, exactly where James had been on the day that he had come home. However, unlike James, Tim was more visibly impacted by the sight of the baby. He had broken out into a big, stupid grin, and Shelley could see that tears were welling in his eyes. "Tim, you have to go back outside, now," she said, but he didn't seem to hear her. He just stood there, hands on the edge of the crib, looking down at the child. Shelley grabbed his arm above the elbow. "Do you hear me? You are going to ruin everything if you don't go outside right this minute." Just then, she heard the sound of a door closing, followed by running water. Someone in the bathroom. They would have had to walk past the kitchen to get there. Had they noticed that she and Tim weren't anywhere to be seen? Tim had come back to himself with the sound of the latching door, and he turned to look at her. "Okay," he said, "but I have to see him again." "We can talk about that later. Just get out of the house." They had been back with the group less than 30 seconds later, the tears gone from Tim's eyes and both of them holding a large bag of ice. James was still talking to George Brooks from up the street about job prospects, George with a can of Budweiser and James with a Coca-Cola, and hadn't seemed to notice that they had even been inside together. The rest of the day went by without incident, though Shelley caught Tim looking back towards the house on more than one occasion, a look of longing in his eyes. With the amount of time that Shelley spent tending to the party, and with her distraction surrounding Tim, she didn't have time to speak with everyone that was there that day. After all, some of them were people she had only met once or twice around the neighborhood, and some were friends of friends or people that James knew more than she did. In fact, she never even noticed the one person there that neither she nor James knew. This man was in his 30s, and he was adept at blending in without drawing attention. He was someone that neither Shelley nor James knew, but he was also someone that Tim Matheson and George Brooks didn't know. Someone that wasn't a friend of a friend or the spouse of an acquaintance, but he was someone that knew James, or rather, knew about him. Knew quite a lot about him, in fact. Even if someone had directly noticed him, which no one did, that person still wouldn't have noticed how this man was always in just the right place to see what James was doing. He stayed at the gathering for just the correct amount of time, not being noticed when he arrived, and not being missed when he left. "What have I told you about when I was in the war?" She had been drifting off when his voice brought her back. They were lying in bed, she with her back to him. The room was dark. She kept silent for a minute, thinking, hoping, that he was talking in his sleep again. It had been a long day caring for Brandon, cleaning the house, doing just about everything, if she was being honest with herself. Doing everything that needed to be done while James got to go to work and leave her to take care of the messy parts of his life. She was tired and didn't care much what James had to say about Vietnam. He'd been back for 3 years and had barely said 2 words about it. Why now, of all times? "Shelley?" Trying to sound more tired than she was, trying to dissuade further conversation. "The war. What have I told you about it?" He apparently wasn't going to drop it. "Not much," she said, doing her best to balance just the right amount of curtness and fatigue in her voice. She didn't turn to him. A few moments passed, and she felt sleep closing in. Just as she was about to go under, he spoke again. "I can't remember what I forgot." This was strange enough to bring her back again. "What?" "I don't remember much of anything. I can't tell if I forgot when I was over there or sometime after I got back. I never told you anything." "Not really," she hesitated. "Just some names." She felt him move a bit. "Names?" "Yeah, just names. Big John and Burlington or something like that, a few others." More silence. "I don't remember." "Well, you didn't bring them up much." "No, it's not that I don't remember saying the names. I mean, I don't remember saying them, but that's not what I mean. I don't know who those people are. I can't remember." Her interest was waning again. "Well, it was war, James. There was a lot going on. We should get some sleep. I have a million things I need to do tomorrow while you're spending your day drinking coffee and selling cars." She closed her eyes, glad that the conversation was over. She really did have a lot to do tomorrow. There was laundry, grocery shopping, taking Brandon for a checkup at Dr. Swanson's office, and let's not forget about talking to Tim about fixing their fence. Dealing with him had been an increasingly exhausting task over the last few years, navigating through all of the things that they had to talk about while keeping him from talking about what he wanted to talk about. When no one was around, he would talk about how he'd see Brandon getting older and that he was feeling time slipping away, time that he wanted to be with Brandon, to be with her. She had made it abundantly clear that there was no place in her life for him except as a handyman, and no place in Brandon's life for him at all. Tim would always relent, but she would see in his eyes that he was already thinking of how he'd circle back to the issue. It was exhausting, but it was also a tad concerning, because that look he had was more and more desperate as time went on. If it was up to her, she would have cut him out of their life completely. But James had known him for a long time and knew that Tim needed the money, and James hadn't picked up on her suggestions to go with someone else for repair work moving forward. Besides, it wasn't like she could just come out and say why she didn't want Tim around anymore. These thoughts slowly became fuzzier and more meandering, and she was only aware that she had almost fallen asleep when James spoke again. I remember basic training. I remember all the guys I met there. I remember shipping out and landing in Saigon. I remember the first few months, being in the city with some other guys running checkpoints. I definitely remember coming home to visit you. And then, only snippets. Only flashes. Something about me and some guys going somewhere else and feeling relief about that, but... James. Exasperation in her voice. No answer from him. She turned over, seeing his outline in the darkness as he sat up against the headboard, looking at nothing at all. James, she said again, louder. He jumped a little and turned to her. Sorry. I don't want to talk about it. That's all over. I'm sure you don't want to relive it, and I know that I don't want to. Think about how hard it was for me. Here, alone, pregnant, not sure if you were alive or dead. It's too much for me to go through, and it's too late for us to be talking about anything. Go to sleep. He hesitated for a moment and then leaned towards her, kissing her forehead. I'm sorry, sweetheart. Get some rest. She turned her back to him again, still irritated, but with a dash of pride. She knew how to work him. She knew that he truly cared for her, and all it took was to make him feel like what he was doing was causing her grief, and he'd back off. In fact, she felt better than she had before. This little exchange had given her a measure of confidence that would be sure to come in handy tomorrow, when she'd be dealing with a slightly less malleable male personality. This led her back to thinking about the next day and all that it would entail, which wove her down the road from consciousness to unconsciousness. James had started drinking not long after. He was almost the perfect type of drunk husband, Shelley had thought sardonically as she had looked down at him, passed out on the bedroom floor 2 years later. He didn't yell, he didn't hit, and he didn't go sleeping around. He just opened a bottle sometime in the afternoon or evening, sat down at the small kitchen table, started quietly drinking, and didn't stop until he was drunk and then fell asleep. Not ideal in many respects, but not bad, considering. Besides, it gave her time when she didn't have to be around him. That desynchronization had been getting worse over the last year or so, and it gave her the willies. Last night had been slightly different than usual, because he hadn't stayed quiet like he normally did. Sometime around 7, he had roused himself enough to start drinking even more, and then he started crying. He had started talking as well. It was disjointed and incoherent, but Shelley had heard him from the living room, where she was watching television with Brandon. Brandon was getting upset, and Shelley was doing her best to distract him. After all, she didn't want 2 people crying in the house. She had continued to turn up the volume to drown out James's sobbing, but she had still heard some of what he was saying. He was in the kitchen, talking to no one in particular, and she had again heard one of the names that he mentioned sometimes. Thomas. He had stopped crying a half-hour later, and shortly after she had heard him drag himself up from the table and shamble down the hall into the bedroom. She and Brandon had finished watching Captain Kangaroo, and then she had put him to bed. He had school in the morning and was already up later than usual. Shelley had left James where he was, curled up on the floor on the side of the bed, his white work shirt halfway buttoned and his tie loose and hanging over his shoulder. She had slept peacefully herself, and James was gone when she woke up. That's just fine, she thought as she stretched out, enjoying the full width of the bed. She looked at the little clock on the nightstand and saw that she still had some time before she had to get Brandon ready for school. She lay where she was for a few minutes, enjoying the quiet and the solitude. Besides, James would benefit from having time to take a shower before she got up and had to deal with him. But when she went into the kitchen, clad in her robe, she realized that James wasn't in the shower. He was sitting at the table, motionless with a cup of coffee in front of him, still wearing his clothes from the previous night. She stopped when she saw him, startled. After a moment, she started forward again and walked past him to make herself a cup. As she was at the counter with her back turned to him, she heard him timidly say, "Good morning," from behind her. "You scared Brandon last night," she replied coldly. "I suppose I probably did. I'm sorry." "I'm sure you are," she said mildly. No response. She finished pouring her coffee and then turned around to look at him. He was hunched forward, resting his elbows on the table and generally looking worked over. There were bags under his eyes. At least he buttoned his shirt, she thought. "How long is this going to go on?" "I'm sorry," he said again, slouching a bit further down. "You should be. The drinking is one thing, even though you did go through more than you usually do. But crying like that in front of your son? That's disgraceful. You were a soldier, for Christ's sake." He slumped even deeper. "What do you have to cry about anyway? You have a good job and a good family. You're living the American dream, James." You just what?" He hesitated. "I just sometimes can't stop thinking about things. About the war. I start trying to remember and I can't remember anything, but I still feel bad." She stepped over to the table and sat down across from him. "James, you know I love you, but this has got to stop. You have to let it go. Get on with your life so we can get on with ours." She looked at the clock above the sink. "Besides, you need to get to work." "Yeah," he said. He reached for his cup and drained it, and then pulled himself up from the chair. As he was walking away, she called out to him, "Honey." He stopped and slowly turned around to look at her, his eyes downcast. "You really have a lot to be thankful for," she said. He managed a weak smile and then went to get ready for work. The knock on the door came at about noon that same day. She had been drinking a cup of coffee at the table and listening to the radio. She wasn't expecting anyone, and her first thought was that it was Tim, who was someone that she absolutely did not want to deal with. So she hadn't stood up until the second knock came, a bit louder and more insistent. With a small sigh of exasperation, she went into the living room and opened the door, already preparing to give Tim a piece of her mind about how inappropriate and how stupid it was for him to come by in the middle of the day. Instead, what waited for her when she pulled open the door were two unfamiliar men, both appearing to be in their 40s and wearing well-worn suits. She stopped where she was, slightly taken aback and with her mouth partway open to deliver a lashing. "Hello," said one of them, a tall, thin man with a mustache and a receding hairline. "Is James Hartford here?" "I'm sorry?" The man smiled disarmingly. "James Hartford. Is he home right now? My associate and I here would like to talk to him." She had regained a bit of her composure by that point, enough to where she was irritated at having her day interrupted. "I'm afraid I can't help you. You'll have to leave. We're with the police, ma'am," said the man, still smiling and looking a little apologetic. Monterey PD. I'm Detective Albertson, and this is Detective Phillips. We just need to talk to your husband for a minute or two. Is he around? Oh, she replied, taken aback. No, I'm afraid he's at work over at the Ford dealership in Seaside. What is this all about? Albertson looked briefly over his shoulder at Phillips, who was also smiling a little now. He turned back to Shelley. I can assure you it's almost certainly nothing at all. James works locally, then. Yes, he's worked there for about 5 years. He's been at work this week? No trips out of town recently? Didn't head out to, I don't know, Arizona, New Mexico, anywhere over around there? Arizona? No, not at all. Our last vacation was a few years back, and that was just up to Oregon. He hasn't left town at all. What? New Mexico? Well, that's just fine with us, then, he said with a hint of a chuckle in his voice. We'll go have a quick chat with him, but trust me, ma'am, this is nothing to get worried about. Thanks for your time. With that, he smiled at her again, and the two of them walked unhurriedly down the steps into their car, which was parked in front of the house. Shelley watched them for a moment and then closed the door, feeling a little untethered and with a slight frown on her face. She heard the engine start up and looked out the small side window as they drove off. Strange thoughts were bouncing around in her mind, and she was still looking out the window several seconds later when she noticed a second car that hadn't caught her attention before. This was parked on the far side of the street and several houses down, a beige Ford sedan. It started up and made a wide U-turn in the street to continue down the road after the detectives, accelerating slightly to catch up to them. She stood at the window, staring out into the street after the vehicles, her frown deepening. She was on him as soon as he walked through the door, even though he wasn't home much later than normal. He stiffly walked past her and her barrage of whos and whats and wheres, and mechanically lowered himself down onto the couch at the other end of the living room. He sat, staring ahead vacantly, as she stood above him and continued to ask questions, neither of them noticing that Brandon was peeking around the corner from the hall, a worried expression on his face. The pitch, volume, and rapidity of Shelley's questions slowly increased as James continued to stare at the far wall, apparently unaware of her presence. She finally realized that she wasn't getting through and, not without effort, calmed herself down, closing her eyes and taking a deep breath. Renewed, she looked down at him again. James, she said calmly. Nothing. James, she said, with a bit more vigor, and when he still didn't answer, she leaned forward, still in full control, and slapped him across the face, hard. Not in anger, she thought to herself, just to get through to him. His head reeled for the briefest moment and then snapped back, and now he was looking at her. Shelley stepped back, surprised by the flash of anger she saw there, but it was gone as soon as she could register it, and now he just looked worn out. Worn out and sad. James, she said again, why were the police here today? He kept looking at her for a moment, and she was again aware of how that hesitation, that desynchronization, was getting more noticeable. Thomas Hughes. I remember him now. She didn't respond. This was all so out of context that she couldn't think of anything to say. I had forgotten him, but now I remember. I saw him almost every day for 6 months there at the end, right before I came home. I think. I remember talking to him. Nothing serious, just chatting, but all the time. Do you understand, Shelley? I talked to him all of the time. What are you talking about? He stood up and started walking around the room absent-mindedly while he talked. He was someone I knew in the war, someone in Vietnam, but not in Saigon. I know it wasn't in Saigon. It was sometime after that, and we weren't in uniform. I remember joking with him, something about what we were wearing. Looking like pilots or astronauts or something. He stopped pacing for a second, his hands bunched into fists down at his side. "Fuck!" he shouted, and suddenly swept a table lamp across the room, where it shattered against the wall. Shelley uttered a tiny scream of surprise. Peripherally, she had heard the sound of small running feet receding down the hallway. "Why can't I remember?" James continued. He was pacing again, but it was different. It was less like he was being hunted, and more like he was an animal in a cage, looking for a weak bar. "There are still just bits and pieces, but I know that there's more in there. And why the fuck can I remember him now when I couldn't just yesterday? What the fuck is going on?" He stopped by the front door and braced his hands on it, his head lowered. He was breathing heavily, and his whole body looked tense, like he was trying to push the door over. Shelley stood still, not sure if she should go to him or stay where she was, or if she should try to retreat without him noticing her. "You know what the thing is? I was thinking about him last night. I couldn't have told you if you had asked me then, or this morning, but I know I was thinking of him last night right before I passed out." Shelley didn't know what to say. Distractedly, she noticed that her lips felt numb. She felt rooted where she was, standing with her hands clasped together at her belt line. Her face hurt, and she realized that her jaw was clenched. Without knowing that she was going to say anything, she again asked, "Why were the police here, James?" He didn't move, but he changed. The strength and tension went out of his body, and now he was merely leaning against the door for support. She saw his shoulders rise and fall slowly as he took a deep breath and sighed. Without turning to her, he said, "Because Thomas Hughes is dead. He's dead, and someone thinks that I killed him." The rest came out fairly smoothly, at least compared to the explosive beginning. They had relocated to the kitchen where, after briefly checking on Brandon, Shelley had sat across from James at the table while he told her everything that had happened. He had been at work with a client when Albertson and Phillips had shown up and asked to talk to him. They had inquired about his whereabouts during the week. James had told them that he had been in town, at home and at work. Neither detective had come across as taking the investigation seriously, and had relaxed even further when George Brooks, the owner of the dealership, had confirmed James's accounting. The only rough patch had been when they had asked James if he knew a man named Thomas Hughes. James had replied that he'd never heard of him. They had been about to leave a minute later, after Phillips took James's card mentioning that he himself would be in the market for a new car soon, when James suddenly gasped and slumped to the floor. "It was like he was suddenly just back in my brain," he told Shelley. "Like there was a hole in there where he had been, and then all of a sudden, someone decided to take him off the shelf and shove him right back into my memories." Everyone present, Albertson, Phillips, and Brooks, had rushed over to make sure James was all right. He was far from it. He sat on the floor, struggling to get his legs to work, sweating and gasping for air. He finally managed to stammer out, "Oh God, oh God, oh God, Thomas!" This had, of course, initiated a whole new series of questions. Even after he had calmed down, James couldn't tell the police much, only that he had known Hughes back in the war and must have forgotten about him in the intervening years. However, this also resulted in the detectives giving James more information about what had happened. Late the previous night, police in Phoenix, Arizona had been sent to a homicide. The killer had fled the scene. They had responded, and after searching the area, had spoken with Carol Hughes, who had been married to Thomas for 2 years. Thomas had been dead in his bed, strangled. She told the cops out there that she woke up out of a sound sleep to a struggle in the bed. Thomas was fighting with someone. They didn't give me a play-by-play, not at first, but it sounds like it was ugly. Somewhere in the middle of the struggle, Thomas shouted my name. I pressed them a bit, and that one detective, the taller one, "Albertson?" Shelley asked. "Yeah, him. He said that Carol had seen Thomas suddenly stop fighting, and he said, 'Oh my God, it's you, Hartford.' And then he said, James stopped, staring down at his hands clasped on the table. Shelley waited. Well, anyway, I guess the guy took that chance to grab Thomas and killed him pretty quick after that. Thomas's wife said that the killer walked out of the room afterwards, and when she finally got the nerve to go out to the phone, he was gone. It was dark, and she never really got a good look at him. The Phoenix cops got in touch with the army and checked some records, and then got Albertson and the other guy out here to come see if I was at home. He looked up at Shelley and spread his hands in an "I don't know" gesture. Shelley was silent. The whole thing was so strange that she could only sit there. He took a long, shuddering sigh and then stood up. "I better go check on the kid," he said, and started towards the hallway. Something surfaced in her mind and she called out to him. "James, what else did he say? You started to tell me that he said something else, right before the man strangled him." He grimaced and turned away from her, tension bunching his shoulders. "It doesn't matter. I didn't have anything to do with it. Hell, I didn't even remember the guy until today. Tell me." He ignored her and walked out of the room. Later, in bed, both of them lying there, neither sleeping. James drunk, but not blacked out. "Tell me what he said." "What who said?" he responded, slurred. "Don't play dumb with me. Tell me what he said." He didn't respond, but she heard the quiet sounds of him starting to cry. She persisted. "Tell me, James." "Just leave me alone," he said, rolling over away from her. She felt the small shaking in the bed as he sobbed. "I need you to tell me," she said, and sat up. "This involves me now, involves Brandon. How did the police know to call the army to get your information? I don't know what else you're not telling me about this, but you're going to tell me this. God damn you, James, you will tell me." He kept crying, but she didn't lie back down. She let him sob, thinking about how different he was from who she had married. He had been strong and handsome. Now he was miserable. "Tell me." He sighed through the sobbing and then said something that was too quiet for her to hear. "What?" He coughed, trying to find his voice. "He said..." Another cough, and then he slowly got control of his breathing. "He said, 'You bastard, I saw you die back there in the jungle.'" "Well, this is really damn weird, isn't it?" "What do you mean?" she said into the phone receiver, though she knew where he was going with it. "That's how you're going to play it? Like you don't know exactly what you're doing?" "Tim, I don't know what you're talking about." She felt her face getting hot. He chuckled. "New cabinets, you say? Measurements for new cabinets." "That's right. James wanted me to have you come take the measurements today so that we could start looking at options." "You know, I believe he probably did think it was his idea," Tim said, and Shelley heard him laugh again. Her face got redder. "I'm not sure what your problem is with this," she began, but he cut her off. "Oh, stop it," he said angrily, and she stopped. "How many years did I try, Shelley? 6? No, he's 7 now, isn't he?" She didn't answer. 7 years I tried to be with you, to be with Brandon, and you made it pretty clear that you wanted nothing to do with me. 7 goddamn years. And now that I've finally built something new for myself, now is when you're going to start this shit up again? I can't believe you. I really can't. She was angry herself now, but kept her voice in check. "Look, Tim, you can project on me all you want, but I just want you to help me with measuring the cabinets. Can you come by and do that?" "Your goddamn tenacity," he said after a moment. "What was it? Finally get tired of his drinking? He doesn't keep it under wraps as much as you might think, you know. Then again, I don't think that's actually what it is after all. Because it's not really about him, is it? No, it never is. Not with you. She was biting her lip now. There were tears forming at the corners of her eyes, and her vision was going red. What happened? Did you wake up one morning and realize that you're just a small part of the world? Did you realize it's been too long since someone wanted you, someone that you could turn down? Get tired of the humdrum little life you've got for yourself? Shut up, Tim. What was it that was the final straw? Did you see the first hint of crow's feet? Maybe realize that you don't look quite the same in the mirror as you used to. So you just decided that you'd give me a call, get me on the hook again. Well, fuck that. I wanted you, Shelley. I wanted to be with you, but you made your choice and I made mine. I moved on. I don't need you anymore. I have Linda and I have my own life. Shut up, Tim. You haven't called me for jack shit in more than a year. You're polite when we run into each other if James is around. Without him, you'd probably never even look my way. And now you want to play your ace up the sleeve. Call in your backup plan so you can feel good about yourself again. Well, guess what? I'm not your fucking puppet. Oh, we know exactly what you are, she yelled into the phone and then stopped herself, startled. He didn't say anything for a minute. You know what? You're right. We do know. And we're the only ones that know, aren't we? Because it wouldn't be good for either of us if anyone else were to find out. So how about you deal with your own life and let me live mine? The phone clicked in her ear, and she screamed her rage into the empty house. The police talked to James again in December. Phillips was still there, but not Albertson. Shelley didn't know if he had retired or transferred, or died for all she cared, in the 2.5 years it had been since they'd last been by. It was a cold Saturday morning, dark and raining outside. James was in the living room, doing a puzzle on the floor with Brandon, now 8 years old. She was in the kitchen, washing dishes, when she saw a car pull up outside. Phillips and another man got out and walked up to the house. She turned off the faucet, but didn't leave the sink. She just stood there, listening. The knock came and James answered it. She stayed at the sink as she heard him open the door, and then the muted sounds of conversation. A minute later, he came into the kitchen. Hey, I've got to go out for a bit. What is it? Not turning to him. It's the police. I have to go answer some questions. About what? I don't know. They said it shouldn't take long. Fine. I'll just stay here and do everything. She turned on the faucet again. She didn't look up when she heard the car outside start up and drive off, but she did look up when she heard the second engine, just in time to see a beige Ford sedan driving away. It had been Gabriel Bevington, 6 days ago in Cheyenne, Wyoming. There was no wife this time. Gabriel lived alone. The small apartment had been trashed during the apparent struggle, and a broken chair leg had been shoved into his eye. There was a partial print on it, not enough to return a match. Nothing had been stolen, and Gabriel had been known and liked in the community, so a detective out there had started looking at other possibilities besides a botched robbery. He ended up getting Gabriel's army records, and then came across Thomas Hughes's name, and James. The partial print still wasn't sufficient to be a match, but there was enough there to show that it might be the same as the one in James's army file. But it just wasn't possible. It was over 1,000 miles between here and there. There were no witnesses that saw the killer, but there were people that could attest to James being in and around Monterey all week. So the police had let him go. Shelley sat at the table, watching James go through the same thing as before. He remembered Gabriel, but it was the first time he'd remembered him since Vietnam. Him and Gabriel and Thomas. All part of something that he couldn't quite piece together. Something away from the war zone. Something out of uniform. Something he couldn't remember, but he was sure, he was positive, that he'd somehow been thinking of Gabriel recently, even though he didn't remember him until today. He just couldn't piece it all together. Shelley sat and listened, but she was also thinking, doing the math, thinking of how it had been just about 6 days back that James had been on his last bad drunk, crying and gibbering for the first time in years. The first time since Thomas Hughes had died, if you got right down to it. She had been loading groceries into the trunk of the car, Brandon already seatbelted in the back seat, when she saw Tim walking across the parking lot to the front of the Lucky's. It had been a nightmare of a day, and she was tired and angry. Sick kid to deal with, house to clean, groceries to buy, then dinner to cook. The weather was beautiful, out of place in early January, but she didn't get to enjoy it. No, never her. She had to be the responsible one, the one that cleaned up after everyone else. And today was only Tuesday. The whole week of undeserved drudgery stretched in front of her. She had just finished putting the last bag in the trunk, with a bit more force than was necessary, when she had looked up, wiping a light sweat from her brow, and had seen Tim. Tim and that woman he was with. They hadn't seen her, and she felt a touch of relief at that. She was in a faded plaid shirt and old jeans, which she had been wearing when she was cleaning the floor earlier after Brandon had sicked up on it. Shelley stood at the back of the car looking at Tim and the woman, Linda she remembered now, watching them. They were walking together, not exactly smiling, not holding hands or laughing, but with a comfort and ease that made it obvious they were happy. Happy and together, out enjoying their lives on a beautiful day. Shelley turned away and closed the trunk, hard. She walked around to the driver's side to get in. As she reached for the door handle, she noticed that there was a small spot of dried vomit on her sleeve, and she half grimaced, half sneered. Right before she got into the car, she looked back towards Tim and Linda just as they were about to enter the store. Some trick of circumstance caused Tim to look back at the same moment, and their eyes locked. He didn't exactly smile, but he did hesitantly raise a hand in a brief wave. Linda noticed him stopping and turned back as well, looking at Shelley. In the fraction of a second that they stood there, looking back at her from 50 feet across the parking lot, Tim with his hand up and the two of them together, Shelley had time to look at her own life and compare it to what she had wanted and what she knew that she deserved. Not in terms of specifics, but in terms of emotions. She had deserved more, and other people had taken it from her. James with his weakness, Tim with his selfishness, even Brandon by merely existing, and that fact wasn't her fault either, she told herself. It was unfair that she would get caught in the middle of this, with her life now nothing more than standing in a parking lot with vomit on her shirt. The rage and self-pity welled up inside of her, and the world started to spin. She closed the car door and took a few steps towards Tim and Linda, to do what she didn't know, when she suddenly stopped. Something had whispered in her head, some voice from deep within the darkest part of her mind. It wasn't whispering in words, but it had told her something important nonetheless. That thing was blurred and amorphous, but she knew that there was a more defined shape to it floating deeper down. She didn't yet know what it was, but seeing that initial hint of it had brought to her a sense of peace and a sense of hope. A slight smile spread across her lips. She raised her hand back to Tim, and then got into her car and drove home. It took her several days to figure out exactly how she would have to make it happen, but that was fine with her. Even though Brandon was still sick, even though James was moping around as he always did during the evenings, even though she had the banality of her normal life and obligations to get through, she felt buoyant, almost giddy at times, because she knew that she had a way out. She was still setting it up in her mind, but as each new piece clicked into place, as she found a workaround for each new potential obstacle that she thought of, she felt her heart skip a beat in anticipation. There was one point on Thursday afternoon, as she was scrubbing the shower, that she heard Brandon weakly call out to her from his bedroom, where he had been dozing, to ask if she was okay. It was only then that she realized that she had been audibly giggling. She called out that she was fine and that he should get back to sleep, and then she continued cleaning, a smile on her face. She knew it was going to be tricky, and that she'd have to take things one step at a time to make sure that she didn't get ahead of herself. There was one part in particular that would need to be timed perfectly, and would take some emotional strength on her part, but she knew she could do it. After all, she was fighting for herself, for her life, for what she deserved. She could be strong for that, for herself. She had trouble sleeping on Thursday night, but not because she was anxious. She was simply too excited to get more than a few minutes of rest at a time. She'd start to drift off, and then would slip into a half-dream state where she couldn't tell if she was awake or not. Sometimes she'd dream that she was still in bed, waiting for the morning. Other times she'd think it was the next day, and she was going over the preparation, or actually taking the steps. Either way, her excitement would get the best of her, and then she'd be back awake in bed, James lightly snoring next to her, and she'd think to herself, "This is the last night. This is the last time I have to put up with him. What he's done to me. What they've all done to me." The night slowly progressed, and when she became aware that the sky was getting light outside of the window, she abandoned any thoughts of getting more sleep. She knew that she'd be tired, but it was all going to be worth it. She got up, took a shower, put on her makeup, a bit more than usual, though she didn't really notice. She was feeling too good to notice, and then started breakfast. She couldn't start the actual preparation until after James was at work, and she wanted to keep herself busy until then. She thought that if she tried to sit still, she'd explode out of her skin. The morning routine seemed to pass slower than it ever had. James eventually woke up, had breakfast, took a shower, and left for work. At one point he said to her, "You seem happier than usual today." "Well, I guess I just woke up on the right side of the bed," she responded, chipper. He smiled over his toast and eggs. "That's good." After a moment, he added, "I know that I'm sometimes not easy on you and Brandon. I love you both very much, and I need to try to focus on that instead of anything else that might be getting me down." She walked over from the counter where she had been drying dishes and gave him a quick kiss on the forehead. "Don't worry about me, honey. All you have to do is be yourself." 15 minutes later, he was off to work. Shelley checked in on Brandon, who was feeling better. His vomiting had finally stopped, but was still too weak to go to school. She expressed the proper amount of maternal concern and assured him that everything would be better before next week came around. Inside, she was glad that he was still feeling sick. It wouldn't matter too much if he was home or at school today, but taking the time to help him get ready and drive him over would take time out of her day that she wanted to spend on other things. Besides, it would also make things easier tonight. Shelley was back home in under 3 hours. She walked in the front door, a paper bag in her arm, and called out cautiously for Brandon. After not hearing an answer, she put the bag down, locked the door, and then picked the bag back up. She took it into the kitchen and tipped it over to empty its meager contents onto the table, looking the 3 items over. There hadn't been a tremendous amount that she'd had to do, and she should have been home within an hour, 2 at the most. But things at Tim's place had taken longer than she had expected. When she had pulled up and parked half a block down from his house, she had seen 2 vehicles in the driveway. She recognized Tim's Chevy pickup and assumed that the other car, a Volvo station wagon, belonged to Linda. That wouldn't do at all, both of them being home, so she sat in the car and waited. Less than 5 minutes later, Tim had walked out the front door and turned back so he could kiss Linda, who had followed him to the threshold. He had gotten into his truck, backed onto the roadway, and drove off, waving his hand out the window at the house as he left. Linda had waved back, smiling, and then gone inside and closed the door. Partially obscured by the Volvo, Shelley could see a small scattering of tools at the top of the driveway, near the house. Tim's tools, whatever he hadn't needed to take with him that day. She sat in the car for a minute, weighing the chances. It was likely that she could get what she needed and then leave without being noticed, but there was a lot hinging on this, and she didn't want to take any chances. So she continued to wait, humming distracted fragments of melodies, tapping her fingers on her leg, and watching the front door of Tim's house intently. Sometime later, Shelley started awake to the sound of a car engine. She looked around wildly for a moment, forgetting where she was. She saw the Volvo back out of the driveway, shift gears, and then begin to move in her direction. Remembrance flooded her mind, and she quickly scooted lower in the seat, trying to make sure she wasn't seen. Her heart was racing. How long have I been asleep? She thought as the station wagon drove past her. Anyone could have walked by and seen her, and this was a small enough neighborhood that she certainly would have been recognized. She stayed there, slumped down in the driver's seat, her knees shoved uncomfortably into the steering column, and tried to catch her breath. After a minute, she regained some of her composure. She raised her head and looked around to make sure no one else was out and about, and then she opened the door and stepped out onto the sidewalk. As she did so, her neck and lower back screamed at the sudden change of position, and she had to fight the urge to stand on her toes and stretch out her aching muscles right then and there. That would be quite a sight, she thought irritably. Doing her best to ignore her body's complaints, she quickly but casually, she hoped, strode across the roadway and over to the foot of Tim's driveway. She looked around again, trying her best to appear as commonplace as possible, and then walked up the slight grade to the point where the driveway met the front of the house. She looked down at the discarded tools and immediately saw what she was looking for: a standard claw hammer. It was the type of thing that you'd see in any handyman's toolbox or on any carpenter's tool belt. She started to bend down to pick it up and then stopped, her breath catching in her throat. She was still recovering from the fogginess of sleep and the racing bump of adrenaline from when she had awoken. Internally, she scolded herself for being so careless. She looked around a bit and saw a pair of dirty, used workman's gloves. She grabbed those and put them on, and then picked up the hammer and quickly returned to her car. The hammer now lay on the kitchen table in front of her, alongside a small bottle of liquid children's Benadryl and a slightly larger bottle of Jack Daniel's No. 7. She had left the gloves in her car, where they wouldn't be noticed until she needed them, later. She looked down at the three items, unaware that she was grinning and slowly shifting her weight from foot to foot. 3 for 3, she thought, and now her grin broke into a full, toothy smile. 3 for 3. James got home at his normal time that evening. Shelley was sitting on the couch, reading a John D. MacDonald novel, and trying her best to not appear how she felt, as if she was visibly vibrating. She responded briefly to his hello, and again to tell him Brandon was still feeling sick when James asked. Shelley kept her eyes on her book and did her best to feign interest in it, though she did look up briefly after he walked past her and into the kitchen. She heard his footsteps on the linoleum as he walked towards the sink, maybe for a glass of water, and then she heard them stop. "Hey, honey, what's this hammer doing here?" She took a quiet, shallow breath to calm herself and then responded, "What hammer?" She heard him walking back and focused on keeping her eyes on her book. This was one of the important parts. A moment later, she could see him standing next to the couch, just at the edge of her peripheral vision. "This hammer," he said, and she had to force herself not to grin. Shelley looked at James, who was holding up the hammer by the shaft as he peered down at her with a confused expression on his face. Oh, I found it outside. I think Tim might have left it here last time he was by. James's face got even more confused. Tim? I don't think I've seen him here for a while now. She turned back to her book. Well, I don't know then. It was outside along the side of the house, and I didn't want to leave it there, so I brought it inside. He stood where he was for a moment, looking at the hammer quizzically, and then walked back into the kitchen. Shelley kept pretending to read the book, her heart beating hard in her chest like her own internal hammer. She heard a sound that was likely James putting the hammer on the table or the counter, and then the slight creak as the cupboard opened, followed by the faucet. She allowed herself another quiet, satisfied sigh and a small, secret smile. Brandon was asleep in bed, helped along by the shot of Benadryl and whiskey that Shelley had given him half an hour before. This hadn't been hard. James was already half in the bag, sitting at the kitchen table and staring 1,000 miles away at nothing in particular. She had simply walked past him, retrieved a glass from the cupboard, and mixed the concoction right there at the counter, her back to him. Brandon was actually already asleep when she went into his room, riding the erratic cycle of waking and dozing that accompanies a bad flu, but she didn't want to risk him coming to at the wrong moment as the evening progressed. She gently shook him awake and gave him the glass. Here, honey, take this. It'll help you feel better in the morning. Brandon had briefly sniffed at the contents of the glass as he lay in bed, hair sticking up in every direction, but had swallowed it, grimacing, after some urging from his mother. He had laid back down, Shelley smoothing his hair and giving him a quick kiss on the forehead, and then she had left the room, already forgetting about him as she focused on what had to happen next. She returned quietly to the kitchen and looked in. James was exactly where he had been, looking into space. There was an empty glass on the table and a mostly empty bottle of Johnny Walker next to it. She smiled in approval and walked past him to the counter, busying herself by putting dishes away from the drying rack. When are you going to give that hammer back to Tim? She asked, striving to sound nonchalant. She heard James shift slightly in his chair and mutter a slurred, I asked when you're bringing Tim's hammer back, she replied, and then, You know you're right. We haven't seen him in a while, have we? James didn't respond for a moment, but she heard him opening the bottle and pouring a bit more Johnny Walker into his glass. No, I guess not, he said absent-mindedly. She turned back as he was screwing the top back onto the empty bottle, or rather as he was trying to screw it back onto the bottle. She could see that he knew how to do it, but his hands were having a bit of trouble performing the motions. Shelley smiled to herself, appreciating that things were moving forward properly, and also taking a small, simpler enjoyment at watching him struggle. Oh, it looks like that one's empty, she said, and plucked the bottle off of the table. James didn't seem to notice. He was looking down at his glass, held in both hands and with a small amount of alcohol in it. Shelley put the empty bottle on the counter, opened the cupboard above the sink, the one that she kept her spices in and which James almost never used, and retrieved the mostly fresh bottle of Jack Daniels. It was full, except for the small slug that she had poured into Brandon's Benadryl. She also filled a fresh glass with water and took that and the whiskey to the kitchen table. She put the bottle down near James, and then sat down across from him with her water, which she took a small sip of. It would really be nice to have Tim over at some point, don't you think? She said. James drank the last Johnny Walker from his glass and didn't say anything. He was still looking downward at nothing in particular. I mean, it's just been a while since we've had company over, especially Tim. We used to see him all the time. Yeah, James said. I guess we did. He seemed to notice the bottle of Jack Daniels and looked at it with a puzzled expression. You've known him a long time, haven't you? James reached for the Jack and mumbled, Sure have, as he began the process of opening it and pouring himself a drink. Shelley smiled, concealing her grin with her hands and glass as she sipped water. The rest of the evening had progressed exactly as she had hoped that it would. James kept drinking, and with some slight and strategic direction on her part, had fallen victim to nostalgia as hard as he was falling victim to the whiskey. Soon he was running on his own steam, talking about nonsense from years past, most of his words slurred to the point of unintelligibility. She had made sure that he stayed focused on Tim, on how they had been friends in school, on how much he appreciated him and missed seeing him. James had started to slip off a few times, lowering slowly from a sitting position to leaning his elbows on the table, then trying to rest his head on it. But Shelley had been attentive and had kept him awake, shaking him or calling out his name. She even poured his last few drinks when he was having too much trouble doing it on his own. She didn't know exactly how drunk he would need to be for this to work, but she recalled that, during the previous 2 instances, he had been very drunk indeed. James had finally passed out, in the middle of some string of incoherent mumbling that she couldn't even begin to interpret. He was now slumped forward in his chair, his head and one bent arm on the table, the other hanging limply down towards the floor. Shelley sat, barely moving, watching him. He had been like this for over half an hour. She didn't know exactly what would happen, or what it would look like, and she didn't want to miss anything. It took another hour. By that point, it was getting very late, almost 1 a.m., and Shelley, in spite of her excitement, was having trouble staying awake. She kept closing her eyes for just a moment, and then having difficulty opening them again. She was at the point where she thought she would have to make a cup of coffee to keep herself awake, and then James was gone. He had not moved, and there had been no change in his rough breathing as he lay with the side of his face pressed against the table. He was simply there one moment, and gone the next. Shelley blinked, not quite sure if she had fallen asleep herself, and then stood up quickly. She took a cautious step towards the chair where James had been just a second prior. She called out softly, "James?" and then slowly reached forward to put her hand and arm in the space that he had so recently occupied. Nothing. No resistance. No anything. She probed her hand around in the area for a moment, and then pulled it back quickly, a terrible thought entering her head. What if he came back into that space while her arm was still there? She stood there, clutching her hands to her chest, and then realized that she was wasting time. She had no idea how long she would have to do what she needed to do, and there would only be one chance to get this right. Shelley quickly walked to the door that led from the kitchen to the side of the house, grabbing her car keys on the way. She stepped outside, looking around to make sure no one was there. The neighborhood was usually fairly quiet, but there was always a chance that someone would be out on a Friday night, even this late. There was nothing moving. The houses and parked cars stood silent under the occasional street lamp. She moved quickly around the corner of the house and to her car. She unlocked it and retrieved the gloves, closing the car door as quietly as possible and moving back inside the house. She started to close the kitchen door, and then stopped, realizing that it would make more sense if she left it ajar. After that, she went into the bedroom to put her keys in her purse. She put on the gloves and returned to the kitchen, where she retrieved the hammer from where James had put it on the counter. Her eyes kept being drawn to the empty chair. How much longer did she have? A minute? 2? 10? Stop it, she muttered to herself. She knew that she was wasting time, no matter how much of it was left. Taking the hammer, she went into Brandon's room. Things went how she had hoped. 3 months later, it was a warm April morning, and Shelley was sitting on the front step of the house. She was wearing new jeans and a linen shirt, holding a cup of coffee. There had been an outpouring of support following the tragedy, both emotional and financial, from everyone she knew. It had been increasingly difficult for Shelley to maintain the outward appearance of a shattered woman, while, internally, her jubilance and sense of accomplishment were filling her to the point of overflowing. She looked out at the street, trying to focus on looking broken and introspective. It was easier now than it had been initially, because she had been feeling an increasing paranoia over the last few weeks. Shelley knew that this was irrational. If anything was going to go wrong, it very likely would have happened much earlier. Still, it was almost as if things had gone too well. Thinking back, there had been no hiccups at all. She had laid out the steps she would have to take, she had taken them, and the expected outcome had been reached. After she had left Brandon's room, she had returned to the kitchen to find that James was still gone. She placed the hammer on the far side of the table, where she knew that it wouldn't intersect with him when he reappeared. After that, she went into the bedroom, changed into her sleeping clothes, and crawled into bed. She spent some time wriggling around to make sure that it would be obvious to anyone looking that someone had been sleeping in there. After that, she got up and walked into the kitchen, where she was happy to see that James was back, exactly as he had been before he had vanished. He was leaning forward on the table, his head on its side and his one arm bent. If she hadn't been there to see what had happened, she never would have known that he was gone. She looked at the clock on the wall. His entire vacancy had lasted about 7 minutes. She sat down across from him and did some brief calculating. It would probably take about 4 minutes to walk back from Tim's house, maybe another 2 for the business with Brandon. Then some time for James to have a drink and pass out, and then time for her to wake up and discover everything. At this point she had stopped, realizing that she was likely being foolish. Linda would have probably seen everything and was likely already on the phone with the police. Shelley sat for a few minutes regardless, looking at James as he slept what would likely be the last pleasant sleep of his life. After a few minutes, she heard the distant sound of sirens. She stood up, walked over to the phone, and picked up the receiver. Before dialing, she rapidly inhaled and exhaled several times, intentionally hyperventilating herself. She then dialed 911, and when the dispatcher picked up, Shelley began to scream. She sipped her coffee and looked out over the neighborhood in the early April sun. Phillips had been the one that she eventually told everything to, wrapped in a blanket at the police station on a couch in an interview room. There had been no shortage of officers helping her and offering coffee, blankets, or other comforts. Everyone wanted to make things as easy as possible for the poor woman. The poor woman that had experienced such a horrible, violent night. It had been easy to tell Phillips what happened because so much of her story was the actual truth. While James had been in Vietnam, she had slept with Tim Matheson. She was lonely and scared, and he had been a shoulder to cry on. Luck was against them, though, and 9 months later Brandon was born. James returned from the war shortly after, but never was suspicious. He had been back home briefly before she and Tim had done their deed, and it was plausible enough that James was actually the father. James had started to drink heavily in the years after, and then he began acting strangely. Here she started to blend some fiction into her accounting. It eventually came out about her and Tim, and James's drinking had worsened. He was angry all of the time, and Shelley was scared. James would threaten to hurt Tim, to hurt Shelley, to hurt Brandon. These threats were always made in their home after he had been drinking, and she was too frightened to tell anyone. They had stopped hiring Tim as a handyman because Shelley was scared that James would try to do something. She knew that Linda would be able to confirm part of this story, as Tim hadn't been over to their house in over a year. On the night of the murders, James had been drinking and angry. Brandon was sick, so Shelley had stayed with him to help him get to sleep. James had finally left the house. Shelley figured he was going to some bar, so she had gone to sleep emotionally and physically exhausted from the day. She had managed to work up a good cry at this point, as she told Phillips that she didn't know it would be the last time that she would see her son alive. She had woken sometime later to a banging noise. She figured that it was just James getting back in, and she tried to go back to sleep. After a while, she realized that she was too scared to sleep, so she got up and went out into the kitchen, where she found James passed out with a bloody hammer near him. She raced into Brandon's room to find him dead, the blankets pulled over his head, his skull caved in. She couldn't remember what happened after that, but didn't express surprise when Phillips told her that she had managed to call 911, even though she was in a state of hysteria. He had also told her that she was lucky James had stopped with the boy and hadn't continued on into her bedroom while she was asleep. Everything else had lined up perfectly. Linda had told the police that she had woken up to a struggle in the bedroom. Someone had apparently broken in and was fighting with Tim. She turned the lights on and recognized James. He had eventually forced Tim down and kicked him repeatedly in the head. The coroner's investigation would later determine that Tim's parietal bone had been shattered, destroying the whole left side of his brain. James had then calmly walked out, oblivious to Linda's screaming. She had run out after him a minute later, and he had been gone. Shelley had gotten lucky because Linda had opened the front door to try to see where James had went before she called the police. There was no locked door to cast confusion on how James had gotten into the house. The hammer was devoid of fingerprints except for Tim's and James's. The police concluded that he must have taken it from the pile of tools in Tim's driveway before walking home and murdering the boy. James himself had been blacked out drunk when the police arrived, but had sobered up a little by the time they interrogated him. He didn't remember anything, and was just drunk enough to be impressionable and untrustworthy, while being sober enough that he wouldn't have been incapable of committing the crimes. Things had taken their proper course after that. There was more evidence this time than there was for the prior two incidents, and there was no great distance to account for. James hadn't traveled to Phoenix or Cheyenne. He'd only been a few blocks over, in the same neighborhood. Now, 3 months later, Shelley was enjoying her coffee and thinking of what she would do next. She'd have to stay in town for a few more months for the trial, but no one would blame her for leaving after that. Too many bad memories in Monterey. She was thinking about heading south to one of the suburbs around Los Angeles, someplace where she could start over, someplace fun. And still, there was that small nagging sense of paranoia, the feeling that she had forgotten some detail that would cause her trouble in the future. She frowned and took another sip of her coffee, realizing that it was getting cold. She told herself that she was being stupid. All she would have to do is keep things up for a little longer, and then she'd be free. After all, the hard part was done already. Her concern briefly mollified. She stood up and poured the last of the coffee out onto the lawn. She turned around and went into the house, the whole day stretching in front of her. As she closed the door behind her, she thought that she might drive up to San Francisco and spend the day at the shops and restaurants. No one up there knew her, and she needed to be able to be herself for a little while. All of this acting was wearing her down. 5 minutes later, Shelley was inside of the house packing a day bag when a beige Ford sedan pulled up. It did not park down the street this time. It stopped directly in front of the house. The man sitting in the driver's seat was in his late 30s or 40s, wearing plain, nondescript clothing. A man that you might not notice in a gathering, even if he didn't especially belong there. On the seat next to him was a plain manila envelope. Inside of this envelope was a packet of information on James Hartford. The first page was a notification to the reader that all material contained inside was considered classified and confidential. Among the following reports and documents were a series of photographs taken on this very street several months ago. The first showed Shelley Hartford looking out the side door of her house in the early morning. The second was of her walking to her parked car. The third had her returning to the house, a pair of gloves in her hand. The man in the car glanced at the packet. He wasn't one to indulge reminiscence, but there was a sense of impending closure in his mind. After all, he had followed this situation for over 8 years. He couldn't help but feel some small sense of failure at yet another project participant that hadn't been able to reintegrate into civilized life, even without the complicating factors that had arisen. After all, domestic application was the real goal of the project. Stable domestic application, that was. The man reached into his jacket and flipped off the safety of his Beretta 92. He got out of the car, sighed briefly, and then walked up to Shelley's door.
From author T.W. Grimm, I give you The Summer of '79. When I pulled the van up to the curb in front of Trinity House, my first thought was something along the lines of, "Oh, really? I must have the wrong address." My second thought was, "I don't want to go in there," closely followed by, "This is a bad place." I'd always assumed that a group home for psychiatric patients would be a little more modern and, well, official looking. But this place was straight from the cover art of a gothic horror novel. It was a brooding old relic from the Victorian era. Several thousand square feet of curling shingles, crumbling brick, and decaying stone foundation. From what I could see at just a casual glance, Trinity House would probably need tens of thousands of dollars in renovations to pass an inspection. I could scarcely believe that they'd managed to avoid having the building outright condemned by the safety code inspector. The woman who answered the door looked to be somewhere in her late 20s. She was short, chubby, almost frothing with false enthusiasm. Her smile was a beam of wholesome sunshine, but her eyes were cloudy and distant. She looked like the sort of person who practices smiling in the mirror. She glanced at the Sal's Electric logo on my jacket and chirped, "You must be the electrician. You're so early." No, that's okay. Come on in." The front entrance opened into a mudroom that was lined on both sides by an eclectic array of ratty-looking coats, each of them dangling from an identical plastic hook. The baseboard was bordered by a straggling line of Walmart brand footwear. The mudroom stank like mothballs and feet. "So, my name's Marla. I'm the personal support worker on the day shift. Anything you need, just ask." Marla extended her freckled little paw in the same manner a queen might proffer her hand to be kissed by a visiting dignitary. With her dimpled knuckles facing the ceiling and her fingers limply curled towards her palm, I shook it awkwardly and said, "My name's Brent. Pleased to meet you." She beckoned me to follow and took off at a brisk pace in her white New Balance sneakers. I staggered after her, my toolboxes bouncing off each leg in a painful rhythm as I struggled to keep up. I was led down a short hallway that opened into a sparsely furnished living room, a cavernous space with a vaulted ceiling and dingy wallpaper. Despite the fact that one wall was dominated by two enormous picture windows, the room was somehow still dim and thick with shadows. A small group of residents were gathered in front of an old flat-screen TV, all of them sitting on folding chairs that had been arranged in two razor-straight lines. Some of them looked over at us with startled expressions as we bustled past, alarmed by the outsider who had suddenly burst into their midst. Marla pushed through a swinging door at the far end of the room, and I found myself standing in a sad little kitchen. The linoleum was spiderwebbed with chips and cracks. and the appliances had all seen their best days back when people were still dancing the Macarena. Breakfast was laid out on some mismatched serving trays, 11 plastic bowls filled with lumpy oatmeal. Each bowl was accompanied by a slice of burnt toast and a styrofoam cup of instant coffee. It looked awful.
This way! Watch your step coming down.
I was led through another door and down a steep flight of creaky wooden stairs. The concrete floor was damp at the bottom. I dropped my toolboxes with a little grunt of relief and wrinkled my nose. It stank overpoweringly of mildew and wet cardboard boxes. I took out my flashlight and had a look at the exposed floor joists overhead. I could barely make out the old wiring and ceramic knobs through the multiple layers of cobwebs. I felt a shiver run down my spine. I hate spiders. I fucking loathe spiders. Marla clapped her hands together with a moist little splut and said,
I should get this out of the way right now, I guess. Most of our residents are harmless, but Mr. Reinhardt is a different story. Fortunately for the rest of us, Douglas doesn't leave his room very often. He spends most of his time staring at the bird feeder outside his window. If at all possible, I'd advise that you avoid him.
I see. Oh, thanks for the heads up. I waited for Marla to leave. She leaned up against a support pillar and stayed right where she was, staring at me without blinking. Her smile was gone.
Just to clarify what I'm saying, Mr. Reinhardt isn't physically dangerous. Not anymore. It's more the things he says. He's very intuitive, and he uses this to say the most horrible things. He suffers from some very strange delusions.
She lowered her voice to a husky stage whisper and added,
Mr. Reinhardt's health is frail. His time is coming to an end. To be quite frank, it will be a relief to us all. He's an awful man.
I pointedly cleared my throat and interjected, You know, I should really get started here. Marla emphatically shook her head no at my dismissal and leaned closer. The intensity behind her gaze was unnerving.
He's an awful man, she repeated. And he says awful things. Don't respond to him. If you have to go into his room, just announce yourself, get it done, and get out of there.
I didn't know what to say to this, so I offered her a little shrug and sighed. Lady, I'm an electrician, not a therapist. I'm not getting paid to have conversations with people. Don't worry about it. Marla nodded her approval and finally retreated upstairs to serve her cold breakfast. When she was gone, the first order of business was to destroy the nasty shroud of multi-layered spiderwebs that was hanging mere inches above the top of my head. I brushed them away with an old corn broom I found leaning in a corner, grimacing and trying not to screech every time a live spider performed a kamikaze dive and sprinted across the floor. I shone my flashlight around and grumbled to myself. As I'd expected, some long-ago home improvement enthusiast had left a confusing clusterfuck in their wake. It looked like most of the old knob and tube was still there, running almost cheek to gel alongside the newer wiring. It was a mess. Nothing ever easy, I told the corn broom. The trailing tangles of spider silk that were caught at the edge of the bristles made the broom look a bit like an unkempt old man, and I had to smile a little. Your name is Douglas, I announced, in honor of the boogeyman that lives upstairs. Once it had a name, the broom became unsettlingly anthropomorphic in the gloom. A wizened old face, glaring at me from beneath a cloud of silvery hair. I leaned it against the wall and wiped my hands on my pants.
He's an awful man,
I thought. And suddenly, Douglas the corn broom didn't seem funny anymore. I hid it behind the furnace where it wouldn't be able to see me, and I got to work. Trinity House seemed to ooze a kind of sour, mildewed energy that matched the smell of the peeling wallpaper. I couldn't imagine struggling against the grim specter of mental illness in such a dreary place. The surreal environment of dim lighting, long shadows, and oppressive silence. I wanted out of there as soon as possible. I kicked into high gear and moved along at a brisk pace, and it wasn't long before there was only one outlet left to replace. However, as my shit luck would have it, the outlet was located in the proverbial lion's den, Mr. Reinhardt's room. Just a few more minutes worth of work, I thought, and then I'd be zooming back to the shop with the radio blasting and fresh air ripping through the windows. How bad could it be? I took a peek through Mr. Reinhardt's open door before knocking, hoping to get a sense of the man before I had to actually deal with him. There was a neatly made single bed tucked into a corner, bookended by a mismatching dresser and nightstand. A small table and chair set was stuffed into the opposite corner. There was a cactus plant at the table. The room smelled strongly of carpet shampoo, and beneath that, the sour tang of old piss. A thin cloud of wispy, silvery hair was poking into view from behind the back of a plush rocking chair, a big box store cheapie that had been positioned to face the room's only window. There was a heart-stopping instant where I actually believed that it was Douglas the corn broom propped up in the chair, and I almost bolted before I realized the owner of the diaphanous hair cloud was faintly grumbling to himself. I hovered in the doorway and listened for a while, granting the old man a silent audience for his rambling stream of consciousness diatribe against all that lay beyond the walls of his room. I had a feeling that this was his favorite pastime. When I felt that I probably heard enough of his verbal attack on humanity at large, I politely coughed and rapped on the doorframe. I announced my presence in a loud, clear voice, carefully enunciating my words as I spoke. "Hello, Mr. Reinhardt? Hello? My name's Brent. I just need to pop in for a few minutes and replace the old tandem outlet in the corner." The grumbling abruptly ceased, but the cloud of hair didn't stir or move in the slightest. The image of the cobweb-encrusted broom popped back into my mind, unwelcome and unbidden. It was Douglas the broom after all, laying rigidly against the chair and gazing blindly out the window while it waited for its special guest to arrive. It would be smiling its vapid corn broom smile at nothing and no one and nowhere at all, just smiling away and lurking with a predator's steady patience, waiting for me to come on in and close the door behind me. Of course, that was completely ridiculous, wasn't it? I let 10 seconds tick by before I knocked a second time and started to repeat my introduction. I was interrupted by a hoarse, papery voice that hissed, "I heard you the first time, you goddamned idiot. I'm not deaf. Get in here. Do what you gotta do." I felt my cheeks flush red. I mumbled a sheepish apology and got to work. Mr. Reinhardt didn't bother to respond. The only sounds in the room were the labored gurgle of his breathing, the skittering rustle of wire being pulled, and the occasional whir from my driver. The silence was thick with unspoken malice. I'd never felt so profoundly uncomfortable in my entire life. I was just about to install the faceplate and get the hell out of there when Mr. Reinhardt's angry, rasping hiss unexpectedly drilled into my ears again, making me flinch and drop a screw. "I saw what you did." I paused and turned his words over in my mind, puzzling over their meaning. I had no idea what he was talking about. Speaking slowly and carefully, I said, "I'm sorry, but I'm not sure what you mean by that." "I saw what you were up to in the office, shithead." I gaped uncomprehendingly at the back of his chair. I had a sinking feeling that things were about to get unpleasant. "What are you talking about?" "I saw you go in the office and rummage through the medication cart.
Stealing pills is my guess. All these pill junkies running around these days, it's a goddamn disgrace. My heart started beating a little faster in my chest, and I felt my mouth go dry. I dragged my tongue over my lips and said, I didn't do that. I didn't even go in there. I know that. Mr. Reinhardt barked, and he choked out a ragged fit of coughing. When it passed, he wheezed. It won't matter. I'll call the cops and tell them you did it. We got a phone downstairs we can use. I was speechless. I picked up the fallen screw and installed the wall plate with hands that weren't quite steady. The old bastard couldn't possibly be serious. Why would he do such a thing? You got nothing to say for yourself? What do you want? Are you trying to blackmail me? What is this? I could feel panic mounting in my chest. The old man wasn't joking. He was dead fucking serious. Nah, nothing like that. I just want you to grab a chair and come sit down for a spell. A pale, wispy hand popped into view. It had motioned at the table set in the corner. Put one of them chairs over here and have a seat. I snorted in disbelief and started gathering my tools. Actually sit around and visit with this fucking guy? Hell no. I said, Yeah, I don't think so, old man. I'm gonna leave now. You'll do it, or the cops come pounding on your door with a warrant. Mr. Reinhardt corrected me. He sounded like he was smiling. Stealing medications from the mentally disabled. That's pretty low, bud. You'll be lucky if you don't take a tumble down some stairs when they haul you in for booking. I snapped. Yeah, except I didn't do that. They won't find your pills because I don't fucking have them. Mr. Reinhardt chuckled at my panic and said, Oh, we already talked about that, son. I know you don't got those pills because it was me what took 'em. You do what I tell you to do, and I'll put 'em back. I couldn't believe my ears. I sputtered. And if I just walk out of here, you'll still put them back? I didn't do anything wrong here, and It don't matter, he interjected. You got a history, bud. I know you do. They'll get a search warrant and they'll find enough pills in your house to put you away for a decade. I froze just as still as a statue and stared at the back of his chair. I licked my dry lips and whispered, What did you say? You bet your ass the cops will seize that cargo van while they're at it. They'll completely strip the interior, slash open the seats and tear out the headliner, the dashboard. They'll tear out every goddamn thing. What do you think your boss is going to say about that? I stayed silent, but I knew exactly what Sal would say if the police came bursting into his office to demand the keys. You're fired. That's what he'd say. He'd squint up at me from the business side of that big cluttered desk and he'd say, I gave you a chance and you fucking blew it. Get the fuck out of my shop, you're fired. Out of a job and back in the clink, the old man crooned. By Jesus, what a mess. If only there was some way out. How do you know about any of that? I demanded, and my voice cracked. How did you know anything about me at all? The old man ignored me and continued to wax poetic on the subject of my ruination. The neighbors, he said. All the neighbors will come out to watch 'em frog march you into the back of a cruiser. They'll talk about it for years. The court of public opinion and all that. No one will remember if you were guilty or innocent, but they'll always remember seeing you in handcuffs. What is it that you want? What's the purpose of this? Mr. Reinhardt made an impatient sound at the back of his throat and muttered, I told you already. Grab a chair and sit down. I want to tell you something. My nemesis paused to endure another violent spasm of death rattle hacking and wheezing.
It was painful to hear. I could only imagine how it felt. When it was over, he spat a wad of black-tinted goop into a small garbage can beside his chair. "Fuck!" he gasped. "Dirty fucking cocksucker, does that ever hurt?" I thought, okay, it's time to walk out of here. But I didn't do that. Instead, I grabbed myself a chair and carried it over to the window. There wasn't any other choice. Douglas Reinhardt wasn't long for the world. I could see that he'd been a big man back in his prime, but terminal illness had whittled him down into a cadaverous shadow. He was wearing an old work shirt that looked like a faded green tarp on his skeletal frame. It was sloppily tucked into a pair of khaki pants that were big enough for 3 of him. The old man's face was a hollow-eyed death mask beneath the thin whirl of his hair, a mummified bobblehead that wobbled unsteadily atop a crooked twig of a neck. He snapped, "What the fuck are you staring at, jackass?" and reached for a can of non-alcoholic beer that was sweating away on a card table beside him, wincing at the effort. He was clutching a portable oxygen cylinder in his other hand, cradling it protectively against his bony chest as if it were a sleeping infant. "Put the fucking chair down and sit your ass on top of it. Stay a while." Once again, I bit my tongue and did as I was told. Mr. Reinhardt took a careful swig from his near beer and assessed me with sunken, bloodshot eyes. He looked exactly as he'd sounded, like an elderly rattlesnake in a permanently foul mood. Mr. Reinhardt may have been dying, but his blunted old fangs were still dripping venom. He grunted. "What's your name again, kid? Didn't catch it. Wasn't paying attention." "My name's Brent," I said, and I threw in a sarcastic, "Pleased to meet you." The old man skinned back his shoestring lips in a gap-toothed smile. He said, "Fuck you and your belly-aching Brent. You got lots of time. You got all afternoon. You got your entire fucking life. Not me. My life got taken away from me." He took another sip of his watery placebo and put it back on the table. His emaciated stick arm was trembling slightly from the strain of holding the can. "You been doing electric for very long, kid?" "Few years. Started my apprenticeship after I stopped myself right there. I was about to say, after I got out." The old man twitched the corners of his mouth in a knowing smirk. "Me? I was a contractor and general handyman. Had my own business. Built fences and sun decks and the occasional roofing job. Life was pretty good. We weren't rich, but my wife never had to work. I wouldn't allow it. A woman's place is in the home." Mr. Reinhardt saw the look on my face and waved it off, an arrogant, dismissive gesture that pretty much said everything I needed to know about him. "I never raised a hand to her. Not once in 9 years. I wasn't an abusive man. Never was. She minded herself and the kids. I kept us afloat. And life was pretty good. But in the summer of 79, it all went to shit." He trailed off, staring morosely at his broomstick legs while his breath whistled in and out of his nose. I shifted around in my chair and waited. "It started out with a robbery," he said. "Someone broke into my shed when we were going into town. A bunch of my tools got stolen. They got my table saw and my good socket set, too. I had to spend most of my savings to replace it all. It wasn't insured. Cops barely even gave a shit when I made the report. They just shrugged and told me that it happens all the time. Next, it was the truck. The body was rotting out in a few spots, and one of the front bearings was starting to go, but I was planning to take care of all that later in the summer. But then the son of a bitch started leaking oil all over the place, and I knew I was probably up shit creek.
I got under there and seen that just about all the seals decided to crap out at the same time. And the oil pan, too. I could hardly believe it. The truck just wasn't worth the trouble no more, so I scrapped the old girl and picked up a used van at a dealership. They fucked me on the financing, but I didn't have any money to put down, and I was fucked without it.
Mr. Reinhardt's eyes went muddy with anger. The memory of this outrage still burned hot and fresh in his laboring old heart.
It wasn't long after that when I started seeing things out of the corner of my eye, he said,
and the bloodless slash of his mouth tucked itself into a sour crescent.
At first it would only happen after dark. I'd see them when I was focused on something in front of me. You know, reading the paper or watching the tube, something like that. They'd scurry across my peripheral vision. Just a quick glimpse from the corner of my eye. I'd whip my head around real quick to try and catch a better look at them, but there wouldn't be nothing there.
The old man glared at me, clearly expecting some kind of response. I didn't know what he wanted me to say, so I asked, "What did these things look like? I mean, as far as you could tell." He considered my question with a grave expression, struggling to find an adequate comparison that I would be able to understand. He said,
"Well, they didn't buzz around like a fly or a skeeter. Nothing like that. They would actually run around in thin air, darting past my head on all these fast little legs like a spider, I guess. Well, they didn't look like spiders. Not exactly, but it's close enough."
An instant chill pricked up the hair on the back of my neck. Mr. Reinhardt nodded and smirked a little at my discomfort.
"This went on for a couple of weeks before I couldn't take it no more," he said. "I went to see an eye doctor. He told me it was a retinal detachment. Just a few tiny little tears way back inside each eye. He said it wasn't nothing serious. I was just seeing shadows from the tears. Said there wasn't nothing he could... Oh, sweet Jesus!
When it was over, the old man spat a fat, murky glob into his trash can, and he wiped the tears from his eyes with a bitter and resentful kind of shame.
"It was hot that summer," he wheezed. "Hottest one in years. In those days, air conditioners weren't cheap. You'd open all the windows and put on the fans, but it was stinking hot in that house. You know? Just ignorant in there. It made you half crazy. The sweat always rolling down your face and your shirt sticking to your back. Flo kept bugging me to cough up for a couple window shakers. Said the heat was driving her nuts. It wasn't in the budget. We couldn't afford it. But she didn't want to believe that."
I said, "Well, maybe you should have walked her through the finances then. Sat her down and had a discussion."
"A discussion?" the old man repeated, and he shook his head in mock wonderment. "You haven't never been married yet. When a woman decides that she wants something, her ears stop working. There isn't going to be a discussion. No. I just try to do the Christian thing and suffer them in silence. Flo, the spiders, the kids always hollering at each other, all of it. But it was impossible."
His hands clenched into skeletal fists.
He shook one in the air and said, "There I'd be, trying to watch the television, with Flo bitching in my ear and sweat dripping into the crack of my ass, and I'd see 'em out of the corner of my eye. I'd see 'em running around, scurrying over top each other, so many of 'em. More and more every night. And would Flo ever shut the fuck up? Would she ever? Good Christ, it was constant. Just blah, blah, blah. This, and why can't we have that? And then the kids would start yapping at me, too, and that really got my goat.
I knew they were just following after their mother, but I'd be damned if I didn't want to slap the taste out of their mouths. I fidgeted at the edge of my chair and looked longingly at the door. Mr. Reinhardt saw this and snorted. Don't look over there. Look at me. I'm talking to you. I forced myself to scoot back in my seat. I'm listening, I said. I don't have much choice, do I? The old man fixed me with a baleful stare and continued on like he'd never been interrupted. I tell him, stop your whining. I didn't have no air conditioning when I was your age. We didn't even have a goddamn indoor toilet. So just think about that. That would shut them up for a while, but Flo... Oh, she never shut up. If it wasn't an air conditioner, it was something else. She wanted a bigger TV. She wanted a dishwasher. She wanted to go shopping for some new clothes. And how the fuck was that supposed to help? How was that supposed to put money in the bank? Mr. Reinhardt paused to wet his whistle. He studied the can, turning it relentlessly in his hands. Things were looking bad, he said. I spent the last of our savings on a down payment for that horse shit deal of a van. It got to the point where I was thinking I'd have to remortgage the house. But then I landed a contract to put up about 600 feet of privacy fence for a fella named Elton Hyde. And it was a godsend. Now everyone knew Elton Hyde was a grade A, dyed-in-the-wool son of a bitch. He was an upper management down at the paper mill, and he liked to throw his weight around town. The man was an asshole, but I needed the work. So there I was, digging holes for the fence posts out in this bastard's front yard, and sweet Jesus, was I ever sweating under that sun. It had to be 90 degrees out there by 9 o'clock. I was soaked right through, boots and all. Elk comes waddling out of his house, and I see that he's scowling away while he's inspecting my work. I come over and ask if everything's okay, and he barks at me. Hell no! You got these holes veering off at an angle. Can't you see that? Mr. Reinhardt stared out the window, brooding darkly over the memory of this insult. Slowly, he said, No, I'd come out there the day before and measured it all out. Twice. And I made damn sure that the stakes marking the post holes all lined up straight as an arrow. But he was right. The goddamn holes I dug were staggered on an angle. I didn't know what to say. I told him that I'd fix it. And old Elk crowds in right close to me and huffs. You're damned right you'll fix it, or you'll pay someone else to do it out of your own pocket. I don't give a rat's ass which one it is. Just get it done. I watched the beefy bastard stomp back up to his house and slam the door. Alls I could think was, I bet you got central air in there. And suddenly I realized that I can see them out of the corner of my eye. The spiders. Right in broad daylight, there they were, running round in the air on either side of my head. Dozens, maybe even hundreds of them. I'd never seen so many before. It scared me. I started walking to the van and they followed me, just like a cloud of horseflies chasing after some poor old nag in a pen. I jumped in the van and they came right in after me, swarming around my head in a cloud, and I lost my mind. I started swatting at them, hollering, "Get away from me! Leave me the fuck alone!" Mr. Reinhardt paused to hack up another payload of mucus plugs and spat them in the garbage in rapid succession. Puh, puh, puh. The sound they made when they hit the bottom of the can made me feel faintly nauseous. Right then, just as I'm losing my goddamn mind and swinging in the air, a rusted-out old Crown Vic comes roaring by at 20 over the limit. It's some long-haired kid with his stereo blaring at top volume. I was too busy fighting all the fucking spiders to hear him coming, so it kinda gave me a start when the kid comes slamming past with his music so loud. When I turned to look at him, one of those nasty cocksuckers jumped on my face and ran right into my ear. I made a strangled little sound in my throat, and I resisted the urge to reach up and take a swipe at the side of my head. The rational part of my mind knew that Mr. Reinert's spiders were just a delusion, but the part that was ruled by primal fear didn't give a fuck about any of that. Spiders, it gibbered. Fucking spiders running into your fucking ear. Jesus Christ almighty. What a horror show. I cut my own head off. I'd fucking jump into a bonfire. Holy shit, it moved so fast, he murmured, and he delicately touched the hollow where his jawline met his earlobe. It was just a split second, and zoom. There it goes. Right into my ear. I felt an itch way down in there for a second. And then I smelled something in the air. Like a mix of burning toast and ozone. And then it hits me. All at once. Hits me like a slap in the face. It was as if a fog had lifted, and I could finally see. The old man ruefully shook his head as if he was still amazed by how blind he'd been to something that had been so glaringly obvious. It was him, he snarled. It was that pimple-faced son of a bitch in the Crown Vic who fucked up my post holes. How long was he watching me? How long was he waiting for his chance to sabotage my work? And then he comes driving by to gloat at me, to laugh at me, while I sat there and lost my fucking mind. I knew it was him. I knew it, like I know my own name. I fired up the van and chased after the little bastard. Caught up to him at a four-way stop and swerved around him to block the intersection. I ran up to his window and the kid looks scared, like he already knows that he's done for. He pokes his head out his window and yells, "Hey, what the fuck is your problem, man?" Like he didn't know what he'd done to me. Hey, maybe he didn't, I ventured. I mean, maybe. Mr. Reinert stuck his chin out and spat. Bullshit. He knew. I didn't even have to say anything. I just ran up and hammered him as hard as I could in the nose. I felt it explode under my fist. His head flopped back on his skinny little neck. But I grabbed a fistful of that long, greasy hair. He was slapping at my arm and squealing, "Somebody help me," in his real high, girlish voice. And somehow that pissed me off even more. I started pounding his face in with my free hand, just driving it in there, hard as I could. The kid went limp after the second punch, but I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. His blood was on my shirt, but I still couldn't stop. It wouldn't. The old man trailed off, but I knew what he was going to say. He was about to say, "It wouldn't let me." Did you kill him? Is that why you're here? Well, not at the time, although I was aiming to. He smiled. I wish I had. I felt a chill skitter up my spine at his matter-of-fact tone, completely nonchalant, as if beating someone to death with your bare hands is just something that happens every now and then. I'd known some real psychos during my stint in jail, and the frail old man sitting before me was as dangerously unbalanced as the worst of them. Some old biddy stuck her head out of the front door and started yelling that she was going to call the cops. I fed the kid one last haymaker and told her, "You better get the fuck back in that house, you nosy old bitch!"
The old bat took a good look at me and seen that I meant business. Her eyes got real big behind her glasses, and she popped back through the door like a prairie dog. I'll bet she never moved so fast before in her life. The kid was still kind of just dangling halfway out his window. I ripped off his side mirror and bounced the fucking thing off the back of his skull. I told him, "Get out of town, cocksucker. Don't let me see you again." He just groaned and kept bleeding. I was 5 minutes down the road before I passed a couple cruisers ripping the other way with their cherries on. I pulled over to let them pass, just like a good citizen. He paused to take another breather, and I realized that, despite the fact that the old bastard made my skin crawl, I was becoming morbidly captivated by his story. Listening to him was like watching an 18-wheeler slowly drift over the double yellow and into oncoming traffic. I knew that the outcome was going to be disastrous, but I could not look away. "Where did you go from there?" I asked, and the mad joy at beating the shit out of his long-ago rival faded from his eyes. "Home," he said. "I figured the cops would be looking for my van, but they wouldn't be looking very hard. Not over some dope fiend with hair halfway down his back. The best thing to do is head home and wait for morning. I never thought there'd be a reason to look over my shoulder in my own goddamn house. I was wrong." This episode of Horror Hill is proudly brought to you by BetterHelp, the largest network of professional, licensed, and vetted counselors that you can trust. Is there something interfering with your happiness or is preventing you from achieving your goals? Of course, I've had plenty of difficult periods in my life. Whenever I look back on the years, I just remember these times when I felt like I didn't fit in anywhere or really with anyone. Don't get me wrong, I had friends, I had good friends, but it's not the same as having somebody who understands you, or wants to understand you. During those isolated periods of my life, finding a therapist or a counselor just seemed so remote. Like, where do you start? It's expensive, too. And I guess I just went on feeling lost. I'll tell you, if I could do any of those periods again, I would certainly take advantage of a service like BetterHelp. BetterHelp works by assessing your needs and matching you with your own licensed professional therapist. You can start communicating in under 48 hours. It's not a crisis line, it's not self-help. It is professional counseling done securely online. There's a broad range of expertise available which may not be locally available in many areas, and the service is available to clients worldwide. You can log into your account anytime and send a message to your counselor. You'll get timely and thoughtful responses, plus you can schedule weekly video or phone sessions so you won't ever have to sit in an uncomfortable waiting room as with traditional therapy. BetterHelp is committed to facilitating great therapeutic matches so they make it easy and free to change counselors if needed. It's more affordable than traditional offline counseling, and financial aid is available. BetterHelp wants you to start living a happier life today. Visit their website and read their testimonials that are posted daily. Here's an example from a real BetterHelp customer. I've only been working with my therapist for a few weeks, but already I feel like things are different. If nothing else, I am seeing that my thoughts and emotions are valid. I also feel like I'm talking with someone who understands and can help me navigate those issues. I've been on BetterHelp before, but this therapist has been the most help by far. Another review simply reads, "I love her, she's fantastic," or "She's wonderful," or "The best counselor so far." So don't wait on being happier. Visit betterhelp.com/hill, that's better, H-E-L-P, and join the over 1 million people taking charge of their mental health with the help of an experienced professional. In fact, so many people have been using BetterHelp that they are recruiting additional counselors in all 50 states.
And don't forget the special offer for Horror Hill listeners that get 10% off their first month at betterhelp.com/hill. Thanks for giving BetterHelp a try today, and for your support of this program and the sponsors that make it possible. Mr. Reinhardt looked stricken. He fiddled with his oxygen tank with trembling hands. Flo didn't even look up from the tube when I shuffled to the front door, he wheezed. She stared at the screen and said, "You're early." I mumbled something about it being too hot out there and made a beeline for the laundry room. I scrubbed most of the blood out of my shirt in the laundry sink and tossed it in the washer. There was a real bad stink coming off me, a stench like burning wires, and my head was aching something awful. My hands were swelling up too, and it hurt like a bastard. All I wanted was a beer and a shower. Everything else could wait a goddamn minute. I started for the bathroom, and something on the floor caught my eye. It was just barely poking out from underneath the dryer. I fished it out and saw that it was a receipt for a box of decon. I thought to myself, well, shit, we got some rats. And let it drop back on the floor. I didn't want to think about anything except a cold beer. I drank one standing in front of the open fridge, and then I drank another one, took a long, cold shower, and lay down in our bed with the fan pointed at my face to keep the sweat from pooling in my ears. I was just about to doze off when I realized that Flo never said anything about us having a rat problem. Never even mentioned it. Mr. Reinhardt shook his head and stabbed the air between us with an accusatory finger. Flo was always a good wife to me before that stinking hot summer came along, he croaked. Always was. But let me tell you something. That woman hadn't done nothing but complain for weeks on end. She'd bitch about every damn thing you could imagine. She complained so much you'd think it was a fucking job. But she never even made a peep about a rat infestation. It wasn't right. I knew that it wasn't right. I figured I'd worried about it later and tried to relax. But I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, it was like a slideshow. I'd see the receipt for the decon, then the hippie with his face all busted up. Then I'd see that receipt again. Flo kept popping up, and Elton too. I couldn't tell if they were laughing or screaming. I think they were doing both. The look in his eyes made my skin crawl. They were crackling with old, smoldering rage, a fury that would not and could not be abated. Not ever. Mr. Reinhardt could live to be 10,000 years old, and that fever would still be boiling away in the black cauldron of his heart. Douglas Reinhardt may or may not have been suffering from a break from reality, but there was no doubt that his soul was twisted beyond redemption. He was really and truly damned. The corner of the old man's mouth curled into a sneer, as if he could read my thoughts. He held up his can in a sarcastic salute and said, "You think you know, don't you? You don't know shit, cocksucker. None of you know shit. You all flutter through life on your tippy toes, all smiles, and who gives a goddamn while you fiddle fuck your way around town, and what? What do you know? Trusting as a child, all of you, and you don't know shit fuck at all." Mr. Reinhardt tapped the side of his skull and grinned a humorless grin. "But I know," he gasped. "I know the darkness, Brent. You better believe it." He slumped back into his chair, his face slowly tinging a light shade of purple as he struggled to catch his breath. In the silence, I finally admitted to myself that I was afraid of him. He was an awful man, and he was prone to saying awful things. But it was far more than that. Douglas Reinhardt was tainted. I could almost smell his decaying humanity beneath the stringent bite of the antiseptic they had used to clean up his incontinent piss puddles. He scared me very badly. And how, exactly, did Mr. Reinhardt know about the legal troubles in my past? How did he know I was still doing the thing that got me locked up in the first place? He didn't even know my fucking name, so how? The old man grimaced at the pain in his chest and struggled to sit up straight in his chair. I had another beer for supper that night, he said. I watched the 11 o'clock news to see if they'd mentioned anything about, you know, what happened. But they didn't say nothing about it. Flo came and stood in the doorway for a while with her arms crossed. I could feel her looking at me, but I pretended like I didn't notice. She stood there and watched me for a good long while before she made a big show of clearing her throat to get my attention. I thought she'd ask me if I wasn't feeling so good or something like that. But nope. All she said was, "You sleeping out here tonight?" I says, "Yep, I think so." But I'll be goddamned if she didn't look relieved. My own wife didn't want me in the bed with her no more. 9 years of marriage, 2 kids. The life I'd carved out for us with my own hands. It was over. And why? Why? That lost, bewildered expression flitted across his features once again. There and gone. In a split second. And then boom! All at once the spiders are back. And they weren't just crawling around beside my head this time. Hell no! They're all over the fucking walls, the ceiling, every goddamn place. Thousands of them. The whole fucking room was swarming with the bastards, and I could hear them. I could actually hear the sound of all their little feet pitter-pattering against nothing at all. At the same time, that itch came back, something fierce, just burning away in the back of my brain, so fucking hot that my eyes started watering. Flo sees the look on my face and asks, "Are you okay?" And it was all casual, you know. Like there wasn't any reason to be freaking out, because there weren't 6,000 invisible bugs running through the air and one scratching around inside my brain like it wasn't hot enough in there to fry an egg at the fucking coffee table. Mr. Reinhardt shook his head in grave disappointment. Well, when she said that, hell, I don't know. I didn't even think about it. I just popped right up like a jack-in-the-box and belted her in the mouth. I watched in silence as he took a quivering breath from his oxygen tank. He chased the canned air with a slurp from his near beer and spat into the garbage can. She fell straight back and her head bounced off the doorframe. The old man wheezed. I grabbed her up by the front of her nightgown before she could fall, and I shook her like a rag doll. It ripped at the seams, and she started to cry. I could see blood on her teeth, and God help me. I was glad that I'd made her bleed. I was glad. Because Mr. Reinhardt's words faltered in the dry, withered flap of his tongue. He blinked back a shimmer of tears, and for just a brief instant, I could see the human being trapped inside the rotting cage of the monster he'd become. A man that was once a child who'd played at his mother's feet. A man who tried to live his life and love his own to the best of his narrow ability. "Because you knew," I said, and he nodded. The sorrow in his eyes was almost painful to see. Almost. Because Even though Mr. Reinert was likely a very sick man, he was also a very bad man. An awful man. And in the summer of 79, he had done awful things. She was against me, the old man croaked. He was talking at his hands, which were clenched together between his bulbous knees in a tight, bony knot. It was plain as day that my own wife hated my guts. And she always had. She was biding her time all those years, just playing her part and pretending to be a good wife to me. I didn't want to believe it, but I knew that it was true. I hauled her in close, almost nose to nose, and I told her, "You don't fool me no more. Do you understand? You don't fool me. Go clean yourself up and don't you dare wake those kids. Don't you fucking dare." "You're a charming fella, aren't you?" I muttered. A spark flickered in the old man's eyes, and he leaned forward in his chair. Almost by reflex, I cowered away from the possibility of his touch. I didn't want him to touch me. He was unclean. "It's because I lived such a charming life," Mr. Reinert snarled. "How's about you shut the fuck up and let me talk? How's that sound?" I tried to look him directly in the eye in a meek show of defiance, but I failed. Mr. Reinert shook a warning finger and said, "You're going to sit right there and goddamn well listen to every last word I got to say. I spent almost 40 years of my life bouncing back and forth from the street to the hospital. And in all that time, there hasn't been one single soul that ever sat down and actually listened to what I got to say. Not once. So you shut your mouth and you listen, or I swear to Christ you'll be eating breakfast in the tank tomorrow morning." "Listen but not judge," I said to my boots. "Right. Come on, you can't." "I can," he rasped. "Don't you dare judge me, you ignorant son of a bitch." "Were you there?" "No! You snot-nosed punk! You don't know jack all about nothing!" I held up my hands in surrender and said, "Okay, I'm done. Continue. What happened after you hit your wife?" Mr. Reinert stared a couple of smoldering holes through my head and grunted. I let her go and she ran off to cry in the bathroom. Wouldn't you know it? As soon as the door shut behind her, the spiders were gone. Poof. Just disappeared in the blink of an eye. That horrible fucking itch was gone too. All at once. I wasn't mad anymore. I just felt drunk and tired and scared. My hand hurt like a dirty bastard. My mind was spinning off to every direction at once. There was something going on, some bigger scheme that I couldn't quite understand. I didn't see the whole picture yet, but I knew I was getting close. I drank another beer and popped one more while I sat there and stared at the wall. I don't remember falling asleep, but I woke up to snow on the TV screen. The sky just starting to get lighter in the east. My first thought when I opened my eyes was, I need to take a drive right over to Elton's place right away. I popped some aspirin and snuck into the kitchen to grab my bottle of Johnny Walker before I left. I nipped away at it while I drove into town. I drove past his house and seen there were lights on inside. I parked just around the corner, where he wouldn't be able to see the van from his front window. It wasn't long before a car backed out of his garage, and he could have knocked me over with a feather because it wasn't Elton's white Cadillac that pulled out of there. It was the hippie in his Crown Vic. Mr. Reinert drained the last dregs of his non-alcoholic beer and stared morosely at the empty can. He went past me and I followed him with my headlights off. The kid drove to an all-night gas station at the edge of town. I waited a little ways down the road while he filled up his tank. When I seen him go inside to pay, I rolled up in the van and waited for him to come out. The little bastard didn't know I was there until I popped on the headlights. He froze like a rabbit for a second. Then he took off running for his car. I threw it in gear and squealed after him. When he seen he wasn't going to make it to the car, he tried to scamper back to the gas station. I hit the ground running and tackled him head first into one of the pumps. Mr. Reinhardt slapped his hands together to mimic the sound it made when the young man's head cracked into the pump. It made me wince, but he flexed his hands and smiled his way through the pain. Mr. Reinhardt was clearly enjoying this part of his narrative. It was his favorite part of the story. I dragged him back to the van by the scruff of his neck. The kid was only half conscious, just sort of waving his arms around in the air and moaning, "Don't do it, man. Please don't." His face was completely fucked from the beating I'd laid on him the day before. He looked like someone painted him 5 shades of purple, all swollen and cut up. Just a complete fucking mess. He started making some noise when I tossed him in the van, so I squeezed his air off with both hands and told him to keep his mouth shut. I tied him up with a couple of extension cords and shut the door on his crying. The clerk was peering at me through the window, so I pulled my hat down low and peeled out of there. I headed north and drove up the old gravel pit. The pit was abandoned back in the 60s, and it was just a giant, scummy old pond by this point. Most of it was rainwater and fertilizer runoff from the cornfields. It reeked like a shithouse. I dragged Mr. Dipshit over to the edge of that dirty cesspool, and I said, "You got to explain yourself, mister, right now." He said, "I didn't do nothing, man. You're fucking crazy." Well, that wasn't the answer I was looking for, so I held his head under the water and counted to 10. I pulled him out and asked him if he was the son of the bitch that stole my tools. He says he's never stolen nothing from nobody, and I laughed at him. I says, "Well, look, we got a goddamn saint over here. Let's give him another baptism." The kid started crying at me with all the please bullshit, but it didn't do him no good. This time I held him under until I counted to 20. When I let him up, I asked him again if he stole my tools. He said, "I'm sorry, man. I needed the money." And that pissed me right off. I slapped him in the mouth and told him I needed the money too, cocksucker. Now what about the truck? What did you put in the oil? It ate away all the seals. The kid tried to say he didn't know nothing about that, and into the drink he went. I held him under until the bubbles stopped floating to the surface. He coughed and choked and blubbered until he puked in the weeds. I stood over him and waited till he was done. I said, "You better talk to me, boy. You tell me everything right fucking now, or so help me Jesus, I will drown you like a rat." The kid looks up at me with puke on his chin and squeals, "I'll tell you whatever you want to know, just don't do that anymore." I says, "Dattaboy, tell me who put you up to this, and don't you lie to me." Well, Mr. Reinhardt grinned. It wasn't no surprise at all when the kid says, "Mr. Hyde paid me to do it. He called me into his office and said that a guy could make it easy $100 if they could keep their mouth shut. He gave me an address and he told me to break into your garage and steal your tools. He said, 'Clean him right out. I don't care what you do with the stuff after, just clean him right out.' He called me into his office again a couple of weeks later and handed me a plastic bottle. He said he'd give me another 100 if I poured the stuff in your oil." Mr. Reinhardt turned his grin up to the ceiling, basking in the memory of this validation. He purred. I asked him how much he charged to move all those stakes that were marking the post holes. And the stupid little shit. Jesus Christ, no word of a lie. He actually kind of frowns and starts griping, for fuck's sake. He says, only got $50. It wasn't no fair. That was a lot of work, man. I got a full 100 for the truck, and that took like maybe 2 minutes at the most. Fucking hell! The old man grimaced. He says that, and right away that itch is back, and it's bad. It's eating right through the back of my brain. The spiders were all around us. So many of them, they blocked out the sunrise. And in the dark, I grabbed the hippie by the ears, and I twisted. I grabbed those dirty goddamn ears of his, and I fucking twisted them like a radio dial. He screamed, and I screamed right along with him. Screamed and laughed and screamed some more. A kid hollered, I didn't know it was you. I needed the money. I couldn't say no. And now you see. Mr. Reinert's voice was taut with emotion. His narrow features were almost writhing in an ecstasy of righteous affirmation. It was all connected. He'd paid one of his grunts from the mill to do his dirty work. You know why the bastard hired me to put up his fence? To keep me close. That's why. To have complete control over me and my destruction. He wanted to break me in every way possible, and he wanted a front row seat to watch it happen. Okay. But why? It was more of a plea than a question. Why would he want that? You better believe I was aiming to find out. But the asshole lying there in the weeds didn't have no more answers for me. I knew what I had to do. I stood up and raised my arms, and I opened myself to them. Mr. Reinhardt nodded grimly at my revolted expression. It was bad, he said. They poured into me through my ears and down my throat, up my nose and my ass and down my cockhole. They even pushed through my eyes. Just hundreds and thousands of them, streaming into me every which way they could. They burned like fire. The pain was unbearable. When it was finally over, I was just standing there, weeping like a child while the kid stared at me with his eyes bugging out of their sockets. It was a minute or two before I could trust myself to move, he murmured. I felt different. I felt like I was vibrating at a higher frequency. I felt powerful. I smiled down at the kid and he cringed away from me. Because he felt it too. He felt the power coming off me in waves. I went back to the van to scare up an old rag and some twine. I laid the rag out flat at the edge of the water and piled up a bunch of stones in the middle. The kid said, "What are you doing, man? Hey, talk to me." I ignored him and tied the four corners of the rag together. It made a bag of stones that weighed about 10 pounds. I thought that would probably be enough. I knelt down beside him and patted him on the shoulder. I said, "I don't give a fuck if you knew me or not, bud. Maybe you were just doing what your master told you to do, like a good dog, and I can't blame you for that. But you still bit me, son. Now, I gotta put you down." The kid started bawling and screeching for help, tried to roll away, and I gave him a good stomp on the kidney. I tied that bag full of rocks around his neck with a twine and told him, "Have a good look at the sunrise. It's your last one." The kid was crying so hard he gave himself a nosebleed. He tried to give me the song and dance about leaving town, slobbering and bleeding all over himself. And I says, "Can it, asswipe? I won't see you ever again this way, neither." "Mr. Reiner," I breathed. "Come on, man." He didn't. The joyous triumph in his eyes made me feel sick.
I did, he crowed. I threw the son of a whore into the water. He struggled to the surface, but not for long. I waited until the water was still again before I left, just to be sure. I gazed out the window at the bird feeder and tried to imagine the last few minutes of the victim's life. His terror and confusion, the gleeful madness dancing in his tormentor's eyes. I asked the old man's reflection, "Where did you go next?" The old man's ghostly twin gave me a crooked smile in the window. I wanted to pay a visit to my old pal Elton Hyde, but I needed to have a word with the missus first. There was a reckoning at hand. There were questions that needed answers. And by Christ, she was going to answer them. Mr. Reinert's rattling breath hitched in his chest, and he was doubled over by another coughing fit. When it had run its course, he spat the vileness that had been expelled from his lungs into the wastebasket and croaked, "Give me another one of those fake beers, kid. I'm dry." He pointed to a cooler that was tucked beneath the table. I plucked a can of no-name, non-alcoholic swill out of the inch or so of cold water that was slowly warming up at the bottom of the cooler and tried to hand it to him. Mr. Reinert shook his head and grumbled, "Pop the tab for me. I can't hardly do it no more." I swallowed my distaste for the man and did as he asked. He took a trembling swallow and groaned. "It's like dying of thirst when there's water all around you. I can't drink the real stuff anymore. Liver's shot. Lungs are shot. Everything's rotting away." What happened when you got home?" I interrupted. I was caught somewhere between complete disgust for the man and eager impatience to hear his story out to the bitter end. I didn't want to listen to one more word from this elderly degenerate's mouth, but at the same time, I was burning to hear it all. "I drank down almost a quarter of the bottle of Johnny Walker by the time I pulled into the driveway," he said. "Didn't even feel it. I was humming like a live wire. I felt like I was stretching my own skin, like I was 300 pounds of gunpowder crammed into a matchbox. I slammed through the front door and hollered, 'Florence, where are you? It's time for a reckoning, woman.' Flo was nowhere to be found, but I could smell something cooking in the kitchen. There was a crock-pot of stew bubbling away on the counter, and beside it there was a note that said, 'I fixed you some supper. It might be the last meal you ever get from me. I don't know what got into you last night, but I won't stand for it. I took the kids and went to my mother's house. We won't come back until you fix whatever is wrong with you. Please take care.'" Mr. Reinert bared his yellowing, picket fence teeth in an unconscious snarl. He choked out, "I crumpled up a note and threw it in the garbage. Fix what was wrong with me. Fuck's sake." I couldn't hardly believe it. I slammed down the lid and started to walk away, but something made me go take another look in there. The old man rubbed his temples and grimaced. It was in there, way down at the bottom of the can. She tried to cover it up with some plastic bags, but the top of the box was just barely peeking out. It was a package of decon, and it was empty. I looked at the box, and then I looked at the crock pot, and I looked at the box again. I knew what she'd done, but I didn't want to believe it. It was just too much. Mr. Reinert blinking away a sudden brightness in his eyes and drank deeply from his fresh can of near beer. Now there was only one way to prove to myself what I already knew to be a fact. I grabbed a pry bar from the van and brought the crock pot outside. I walked out to the backyard and called, "Hey, Fido, come get some victuals, you stupid son of a bitch."
The neighbor's dog comes barreling over the sticks, his snout to the fence, happy as hell that I finally noticed him. I gave him a little taste of the stew off my finger. His tail was wagging, and he started jumping at the fence, barking and drooling and carrying on like the dumb fucking mutt that he was. I could see that no one was home over there, so I pried off a couple fence boards and let the mutt slip through onto my property. I lured him to my shed with the stew and set it on the floor. He was already wolfing it down as I closed the door. When it was gone, he scratched at the door and cried to be let out. I knew the process was going to take a while, so I went inside and drank some more booze while I paced around the house. I finished most of the bottle, and I still couldn't feel it. All I could feel was this strange hum all through my body. I could swear my feet weren't touching the floor when I walked. Mr. Reinhardt paused his narrative to watch two sparrows pick away at the contents of the bird feeder with quick, darting movements. "These two have been coming round pretty regular for a while now," he said. "Crafty little buggers. They team up on the bigger birds and give 'em hell until they fly away." "The dog?" I prompted. The tiny smile that had bloomed on his lips while watching his feisty little sparrows wilted into a scowl. "The dog," he echoed. I waited until 5 o'clock or so before I went out to check on him. He was lying on the floor and shaking like a leaf. I could see that his nose was bleeding. That's what happens, you know. They get ruptures and bleed out from the inside. Anyway, I'd seen enough. I couldn't let the mutt suffer no more, so I pulled out my flick knife and "Okay." My voice was tight in my throat. "I get it." Solemnly, Mr. Reinhardt intoned. There wasn't no pleasure in doing that. I had to do it. I had to be absolutely sure before I took it the rest of the way. I was never an abusive man, Brent. Never was. But I couldn't stand for it, could I? No, sir. It was time for a reckoning. I was rinsing off my knife in the kitchen sink when the phone started to ring. Right away, that otherworldly hum kicked off into high gear. I felt that maddening, burning itch flare up everywhere, in every fiber of my being, and I knew who it was before I even grabbed the phone. I picked up the handset and I didn't say nothing. I just waited. Finally, a voice says, "Florence, is that you? Did you do it?" Of course it was Elton on the other end of the line, Mr. Reinhardt hissed. They were in it together, Elton and my wife. How could I not see it? They were plotting together to grind me down and bury me in the dirt. Oh, I saw red. I saw nothing but a curtain of red. But I held my tongue and I hung up the phone. There wasn't no point in wasting words. I grabbed my knife out of the sink and jumped in the van. I was just starting to back out when a cop car comes pulling up to block the driveway. An involuntary "thank God" dropped out of my mouth before I could stop it. Mr. Reinhardt looked amused. The cop was an old bull with a crew cut, had a belly on him like a prize hog. He strolled up to my window with his hand on his holster and says, "Hello, sir. How are you today? Are you Douglas Reinhardt?" I says, "Maybe I am." "Why?" The cop nods like he expected something like that and goes, "I'm investigating a serious assault and possible kidnapping. Are you Douglas Reinhardt, sir? Is this your van?" I smiled to myself and said, "It is, and I am. Are you accusing me of something?" The cop nods to himself again and slaps his hand down on the roof. He says, "Can you step out of the vehicle, please? Come on out." Well, I'm sitting there and looking at this cocksucker smiling away at me, and I knew. Mr. Reiner chuckled. I knew that Elton paid the son of a bitch to come finish me off. He wasn't investigating a goddamn thing. He was there to execute me. Make up some story later. Who would give a shit? The papers would all say I was a maniac on the loose. No one would ever know the truth. They'd probably give him the key to the city for gunning me down. So I tell him, "Sure, officer, whatever you say." I reached for the door handle with one hand while I snuck my knife out with the other. He stepped back to give himself some room, and as soon as I got out of the van, he pulled his gun on me. We looked at each other dead in the eye, and he says to me, "We're going in the house now, Douglas. Walk. Make any sudden movements and I'll shoot you in the back." I asked, "How much did he pay you?" And the cop blinked at me in surprise. "Turn around and walk into the house," he says again. I laughed at him and said, "They tried to drive me crazy and it didn't work. They tried to poison me and it didn't work. Now this. Fuck you, and fuck them too. You can go ahead and do your dirty business right here in the goddamn driveway." The cop wipes the sweat off his forehead with his free hand and barks at me. "I told you to turn your ass around and walk in that house, boy. Get moving." I was lunging for him before he'd even finished his sentence. Mr. Reiner cackled. I knew he was about to pull that trigger before he did, and I shifted just a little bit to the left, just in time. I felt the breeze from the bullet part my hair. And then I had him. He tried to fight me, but it didn't do no good. I was humming on a higher cycle. I was 10 feet tall and faster than the wind. I slammed him up against the van, and I held him there with one hand while I jabbed the knife in his belly. He screamed, "Oh, Jesus!" and tried to push me back, but he was alone, and I had the strength of thousands. I held him there and stuck him like a sewing machine. When I let him drop, his guts were hanging out, and his eyes looked like a couple of glass marbles all shiny and blank. I stared at him mutely, trying to process it all. I saw that Mr. Reiner was looking noticeably worse as his story wore on, which was no mean feat when you consider how terrible he'd already looked at the start. I was starting to feel pretty bad myself. It was almost as if the hatred and sick paranoia had somehow made the very air around us become toxic. I could fully understand why Marla was looking forward to his demise. Mr. Reiner was poison. What did you do with, the body? I asked. The old man shrugged and took a long swallow from the can. "I tossed it in the trunk of the cruiser," he said. "Pulled it out of my way and left it on the side of the road. I knew they would be coming for me. I didn't care. My life was already ruined. The only thing left was to even the score." "A reckoning," I said. He gave me a solemn tilt of his chin and a nod. I backed up to a puddle of blood and left my driveway for the last time. It was time for a long overdue chat with my good friend Elton Hyde, and then I'd be off to have a word with the missus. And after that, Mr. Reiner gazed out the window with a wistful expression, a caged bird who had never truly been free. I figured there wasn't going to be an after he finished. He looked exhausted. That's where I was wrong. There was an after. And it's been dragging on me for much too long, Brent. I'm glad that it's almost over. I'm so goddamn glad. I glanced at the clock on the wall and was surprised to see that it was almost 2 o'clock. I'd been listening to Mr. Reiner talk for over an hour. My ass was starting to get numb, and I never wanted some fresh air so badly in my life, but Mr. Reinert's tale was drawing to its tragically inevitable conclusion. I would soon be free to escape his odious sphere of influence. I didn't bother sneaking around this time, he said. I just pulled right into his driveway and walked up to his front door. I knew he was in there, and he was expecting me. That was fine with me. It wouldn't make no difference at all. He was one man, and I was legion. I was 10 feet tall and faster than the wind. I could hear the clouds scraping the sky, and I could see every single pore in the concrete under my feet. And I knew, Brent. Mr. Reiner tapped a bony finger against his temple. I knew things no man has any right to know. There was random information flying in and out of my head, stuff about people and places and all kinds of things. I knew the front door wouldn't be locked. And sure enough, it wasn't. I stepped out of the heat and right into a wall of cold. Elt had himself some central air, that's a fact. I walked into his living room and dragged my knife across his big leather couch. And I yelled, "Come on out here, fat boy. Don't make me come looking for you." It weren't long before Elton comes stepping out from behind some fancy French doors, and I'll be damned if he didn't have a big smile on his face. I told him, "You got nothing to smile about, you son of a bitch. Me and you are gonna settle the score." Elton just smiles even bigger and beckons me to follow him. He says, "I got something you need to see." He slips back through the sliding doors, and I rush after him, faster than the wind and humming like a live wire. I went after him, and I saw him standing at the end of a long hallway. He was peeking through another door and smiling away to himself. He puts his fingers across his lips, and he motions for me to come have a look. Mr. Reinert's words screeched to a phlegm-choked halt, and he inhaled with careful, controlled desperation from his cylinder. All at once, he panted. I feel this hot, ripping agony all over my body. I had enough time to say, "Oh, sweet Jesus." And then they were spraying out of me like a fucking fire hose. My ears, my mouth, every which way they came in, that's how they left. I tried to scream, but I was choking on them. I couldn't even fall down. I was frozen right on the spot by the sheer force of it. I was shaking like I was being electrocuted. When it stopped, their power, their confidence, it was gone in an instant. And I was all alone in the world. Alone and scared. And I didn't want to see what was in that room. Not at all. Mr. Reinert lifted the can to his lips with a trembling hand. It sloshed over the rim and spattered his pants with foam. He threw it at the window with a curse. The impact made the glass shiver. Outside, the birds at the feeder exploded in a panic of cascading feathers. "Nope, not one bit," he gasped. Elton acted as if he didn't see none of that happen. He looked back at me and said, "Come on, come see this." I shuffled down that hallway all alone, and I forced myself to look through the door. It was Elton's bedroom. He had this king-size bed in there, you know, with 4 posts and a big walnut headboard. And who do you think was sleeping in that bed? Who do you think was all nestled down in there, sleeping snug as a bug in another man's bed? I said, "It was your wife," and was surprised by the hoarseness in my voice. Mr. Reinert nodded slightly and tried to keep his lip from trembling. A trail of tears slipped down the gaunt planes of his cheeks. He didn't bother to wipe them away. I stumbled back and Elton pushed me down the hall with that smile of his, just marched at me and shoved me along with that shit-eating grin until I was cowering against his front door. He says she was never yours. Those kids aren't yours either. Nothing was ever yours. It always belonged to me. Now get your sorry ass out of my house and don't you ever come back. And then he grabbed me by the scruff of the neck, the son of a bitch. And he threw me out. Mr. Reinhardt buried his face in his hands. His wire-thin body quaked with the ferocity of his sobs. It was an ugly thing to see, but I didn't look away. Reckoning, he wept. Oh, there was a reckoning, you bet there was. Only it was me on the receiving end, wasn't it? I crawled to my van on my hands and knees. I didn't even have the strength to stand. I drove back out to the gravel pit and sat in the shade of a sumac tree. And I was alone, Brent. I was alone as any man has ever been alone in this world. The spiders had abandoned me, but they left their darkness behind. I sat by myself in that darkness until later that night, and then I drove back to Elton's house. I dumped some hardware out of a couple glass jars, and then I filled the jars with gasoline. That was enough. I sat up straight and shouted, "No, no more. I'm not doing this." I rose to my feet, but Mr. Reinhardt nailed me in place with his red-eyed glare and kept right on talking. It went up fast. Mr. Reinhardt wheezed. Real fast. No one got out. I watched and made sure they didn't. The fire department didn't even notice I was hanging around, but some cop eventually wandered over and asked me what I was doing there. I told him I was watching the fire. He shakes his head at me and says, "Get the fuck out of here, weirdo." Just then, another cop wandered up to get a better look at me, and he yells, "Hey, wait a second, Hank, grab him. Grab that motherfucker, he's the guy." So I jumped on Officer Hank and I tried to get his gun. The old man murmured. I almost had it too, but the other one shot me. He pointed at a spot just beneath his left collarbone. "Hit me right there," he said. I went down. He wanted to put another one in my skull, but Officer Hank wrestled his gun away. I was put on trial for 5 counts of murder. I asked, 5? How was there? And then it hit me like a slap. Florence hadn't taken the kids to her mother's house after all. Mr. Reinhardt burned his own children alive. Mr. Reinhardt closed his eyes and said, "My lawyer told me if I didn't plead insanity, I'd never be free again. I told him I wasn't crazy. I told them all I wasn't crazy. But no one believed it. They had everything all mixed up, see? They said I found out about my wife's affair and I snapped. They said that kid was a drifter and he never even knew Elton Hyde. The cop I killed in my driveway was supposedly out interviewing suspects in the kid's disappearance. But that was just a story they made up to hide the truth. He came there to kill me." The old man glared bitterly out the window and added, "Hell, they went so far as to say that I forced the neighbor's dog to eat an entire box of decon. And that's not how it happened at all. Said I poured it down the mutt's throat before I stabbed him to death. But that was all wrong. God damn them. I know. I've always known, but you don't know," I interrupted. And I was gratified to see the old man's expression change when he realized that his time was up. The session was over. The confessional was closed, and the power balance between us had tilted out of his favor. His pallid face flushed a faint rose color, and he blustered, "Listen to me, shithead! You don't listen to yourself!" I snapped, and despite my aversion to the thought of touching him, I had to resist the urge to throttle the man right then and there. "You don't fucking know. None of this makes any sense. Why would Elton try to call your wife at your house if she was already asleep in his bed? Why would she try to poison you if she'd already run away to safety? Because she was... What? Because she was evil? Come on, man. There's nothing but why at every turn. And you don't have an answer for any of it. You're delusional, Mr. Reinhardt. You're sick. Fucking face it already, man. Jesus Christ. Mr. Reinhardt met my eyes with an even gaze and said, "I thought they were all gone, but they weren't. Not entirely. Some of them stayed behind. It wasn't me who burnt that house down. It was them. When they ran out of the room at the hospital and kicked me out in the street, the spiders kept me alive. I done some bad things over the years, it's true. But I also done some things that only seemed like they were bad. I always knew more than I should. More than any man should. They were always a part of me. And now that I'm dying," Mr. Reinhardt smiled a reaper's smile, and he tapped himself on the chest. "Now that I'm dying, they're dying too." He brought his hands to his mouth and hacked up a lungful of his inner decay. With a malevolent twinkle in his eye, Mr. Reinhardt raised his cupped hands to me like a chalice and said, "See for yourself." I looked down into the hollow between his palms and uttered a shrill scream. I tripped over my chair and fell to the floor with a wham that shook the walls. My flailing hand slapped Mr. Reinhardt's garbage can as I hit the carpet, knocking it over and spilling its contents everywhere. There was something weakly struggling in the thick ooze that Mr. Reinhardt had gleefully held out for my inspection. I don't know what it was, but I can say that it almost looked like a spider. Not really, but it was close, if you understand what I mean. It was close enough. The things that came crawling out of the garbage can looked much the same, although I couldn't really say for sure because I was already running out the door before I even knew that I was back on my feet. I left my tools behind. I pounded down the stairs and shoved Marla aside when she tried to get in my way. She went sprawling with a squawk of surprised indignation, and I was out of there, sprinting for the van and squealing away from the curb with the pedal to the floor. I went back to the shop and told Sal that I was done. He chased me out to the parking lot, puffing with the exertion of hauling his bulk at such a brisk pace, and he demanded I tell him why I was quitting. I had nothing more to say. I was just done, and that was all. I jumped in my car and drove off with Sal still yelling at me in the rear view mirror, and that was the last I ever saw of him. I was done. I would never work as an electrician again. I became an accountant instead. I mostly do personal taxes and small business stuff. It's easy work, and the money's nice. I flushed the pills a long time ago, and that was that. I've walked the straight and narrow ever since. Life is simpler now, and I'd like to think that I'm happy. However, I do have one rule that I follow religiously, no matter what. No basements. Not ever. I avoid all basements like the plague. That's where the spiders are.
Chilling tales for dark nights.